That's hilarious. Yeah, I did a great job by the way. Absolutely. When somebody says that down the like he just sells it in 10 seconds. So all right, all right, let's see what the survey says. And then the survey goes, okay, and he goes, and they do the show. It's never been clearer than we started. Where Hessel was up, where an old lady on and it's that you smoke in public, and showing this little old lady, he holds it for like, realize they kind of got it. He's telling with the not sitting on fucking melon, water. But then when he goes, all right, let's see what I mean. There's no wood. So let's see what the syrup. Then he holds it and making $1 a year. Socially going by people that are crazy faces. So that's big too. Play it in and station makes when he's getting a blowjob. Melanie, 1,000 faces get like split it. Next 20 hard. That's great. They had a girl tell me. This was the hard marijuana. One of them. You gotta look up Harvey marijuana. That's the most important thing. So far, the fun or take that. Most regulars, they're two lovely people, but if it plays, they're brand, they're the only regulars. To watch it grow, it's always very exciting. The first regular tonight dropped out of the first Florida after her very first comedy spot right here on this work. That was totally fun. You just do it like go back to school. What do you? Yeah. And here on episode 75 was her 75th minute experience together for Kimberly Condon.
Thank you. I went to a Starbucks really early this morning, 7:30. I was waiting for a coffee. The guy in front of me ordered a bath and a chocolate milk, but he didn't have a kid. And there was a kid in the corner, and it looked like he was trying to lure the kid out of the Starbucks. The only thing I could think was, who the fuck drinks decaf? I was drinking decaf on a like trigger. So like one yeah.
That was awesome. All the for um, condom, condom.
Oh, oh,
Really?
that.
And
I'm also a little oil in the beaker. Someone decided that the big guy get the fuck up. Put him right off the ramp. The fucking also in April. I think it's called mini an Oriental roller. And it's like,
Well, great. Oh, right. I mean, like, clause break where they, like, they didn't get, got clause break. I feel like they really, and then, but what, that, I got confused. Said what? Said, thing, everybody thinks,
right.
like, a weird helmet or, was that, you're talking about the, I have no idea what, what do you see right after that?
I don't know, man.
Oh, yeah, no idea.
I mean, like, honestly, I wanted to pull my aluminum just out, but, like, I lost the time. And I was, like, really pissed off that I wasn't going to get rails out. And that was, like, my head.
But it's still that's what you're talking about?
No, like, if you look up 1950, they're really into fucking oil.
Yeah.
I thought that everyone knew that. I don't know. They're living in some.
Yeah, it's all part of the stuff. You watch the show, but nobody knows anything. I think it's worse. Most are, and there's definitely an association with oil in it. I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
Where do you find this from? I thought it meant for much last couple of times I've done the show. More there. Your story is so much better. You're way more fun to watch. I will also tell you.
I opened with Fox. Not great.
I don't think
I got
I
excited.
save it for water. You know, it's is it a really when you write book out that fuck while you write your fuck on stage.
That's really screwed, right?
Oh, you did.
Yeah. They do.
So much better. Right? That's it. Oh, one of our favorites. Right? They don't get like that. And 14, 15, that week. And then that will be Toronto underground.
I think we might cut the NC thing this. I always said that, but
and I think most was, run Friday night. 20, 20, boy, we're going to start, I guess, call this a Friday, so we'll plug it in. Then if you want to get one to Toronto show, you can get one either on Friday, so I pull up. We are also roasting on Jeremy today. Very excited. Research on watching both Mark. So, okay. So I'm on board. Well, I wrote it already. Only know some of the notes. All right. Well, it's in Toronto, so I'm gonna say Ron has a this far north. It's a little bit of a thing to think about for a second. I know we're just getting it. How about this one? Ron James has been in the game a while. He's go from Terry to Landing script, and that's back. Ron's dad was and his mom was a book editor. Whoever says the apple doesn't fall far from the tree hasn't seen Ron Jeremy's festivals. A little bit of a thinker too, but you're going to be farther on the crowd's already hot. Obviously, so if it's working. Now the only thing that's hard about it is harder. Wait, a plumber. Like the guys. Oh, here's Ron Jeremy got a picture on this page, okay? Just let him sit there. It's actually it'll be behind the shadow. It's close. I like it, guys. I have one. Sorry for hearing that. Pull one upstairs towards the front and back. Like an airplane. Like, all right, got that. Josh, for with. Picture on Jeremy. How about this one? So, Ron, you can have all those delivered. That's one. Down 12 inches. Have a attack. That'll be that conversation. Let me ask you the thing that Ron Jeremy is for you. Guys, have that before, or is that a not thing that strange? Not really, right? That's just so, but it's exactly why. I think that's his Viagra with protein stuff. That's a good one. He calls calls it umbrella. I love motion for some close the thumbs. Ron, I that for me. Right? I'm there's by the bell. By the bell, I think to myself, why for what? I'm so excited. Well, not my Ron Jeremy, but performance like great stuff that road. The truth Jeremy about how he's always their life. And Ron, Ron Jeremy is stuff. That's right. A little style Ron Jeremy, like a careful. Wouldn't want to. I'm gonna a little Richard one of our big people in almost for us over like that. I saw this guy before a roast battle here a couple of years ago in six comedy plays for my period. So I three my bedroom where people alone. Got all the windows and you ain't going there. Like it's break. Or where I my time. Old books looks to me like shadows in the sun. Meet up with books I doubt it from different roads. Hey, I can import the shit I have. I'm not clear. Close my eyes, count to three, and draw one final breath. In my mouth, like a stick. I'm like, so I just across my forgot. Like in this hey, things so much. Wow. One more thought. So many funny, but I hear terrible. I always think what they're funny. Like, get over the that, but with that, the 6 seconds, I forget that it's about to be funny and it just hits you in the head. I had no idea. I thought, oh, this is just a romantic song. I definitely had for a second because I'm like, wait a second, I remember those. think this is yeah, every week we only have one sponsor. Great Elite Place, right over there, everybody. Every listener of the show should follow her on everything. She's Elite Plane on Twitter, ELYSELAIN. Girl with a on Instagram and Facebook. Look at this, everybody. This is the type of high quality gourmet food every week is Elite Food. Recipe matter. That is a person dressed for a bestseller writing cookbook. Sure that they're good. That's her job. Think about that for a second. Then think about what you do for a living. All right. So we us this week. I used to read what you do for us every week. The listener hunger hire an executive chef. But then I realized, wouldn't it be more fun if the runaround for the show that Josh Martin read it for the last 4 or 5 weeks? It was like Josh has this. So if Josh can read recipes without stopping or pausing or stuttering, it's all the way through it. What? Wait, Monday watching comedy or this guy might get nuts? Well then, all right. As soon as I hit it, start reading. We're not doing any of this first shit, okay? Ready? Are you guys ready? Here you go. Josh Martin, everybody. There it goes. Okay, tonight's meal, roasted bread and elevated coach olive oil. Marinated roast marinated salad with some I don't think this is marinated. I wrote that last. Good job. All the way to the bread. I'll just bread and golden beef salad with a baked tail goat, toasted almonds, olive oil, marinated supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. The part that I wrote in. The point is that almost what he's saying wasn't positive. But Bruce, rather over there, point is like Ari Shafir sucking dick. Why would that? What? How do you think that sounds like? Because I Ari on stage. Oh yeah, little Ari Shafir. That's pretty cool with Ari Shafir posts on your walls. Well, we also have a head of security to keep us safe. Keep down one of our very favorite patriots. Put your hands together for him, everybody. It's him. Hey. So I get praise. Fucking resurrection, as always. How's it going? Hey, here, you always have a good. Hey, we always do have a good. Look at that. Heavenly light. How old is perfectly, yeah. Still born? Yes. Crazy happens. You are what? Oh, yeah, but pervaded stuff. Yeah, they like West every works us. It dwarfs everything. All just want to actually so it was just playing thriller by the way. A lot of things get very creative. I get some of the big ones and big is great close go on while going by a bunch of people like those their eyes like doing. They didn't really realize the live show now and ecstasy and then really yeah wow that was right now quite clear and the thing is then that he was probably a plant different place right what we like we both had a lot more fun than everybody found it so heard of Angela everybody and it didn't just get or didn't give a warning out here's just and all of a sudden boom a fun show to watch but for Halloween everything always right right was it I posed a lot of goals and if you like black much wow if you're is it really for any white this no but that I should say I did really awesome I wonder if that's now that's polish your eye for what you did this wait right Ohio yeah I have face cancer and I don't know why guys exciting to lined up for you great that's something first time first year I've been barking along at the comedy career for started so that's been the heck I want to walk like a dog while killing yeah everybody is that yeah that is that's playing down original hear that it's double confirmed that you're killing with killing on a very versus that part from the blast that the Travers Dingbat was there. Dad was that the home was the home the guy that was holy up my gosh going on the winter fun random one of my shows that I ever get to regularly do and than a stand up about confidence getting up Burbank twice usually. Burbank. Oh, I don't think like that there's once but yeah, great. That's last work. I wasn't even like she did this last. I thought that was actually last. Oh yeah, there. I am a fucking balls. Yeah, I am balls. That's what I did. But like Friday, honest.
Go and change it.
remember Ron. Yeah. Some other stuff and throughout for March my life. You're welcome. Welcome. Grown. You know what another thing though, bartend, what it actually is, double to that. Instead of actually try to sound normal and sound like on it. It works. Work. Right? Works. Punch. Yeah. Otherwise, here's the thing. A lot of people writing become, and you brought neither. Come on, that was so Bob's like overwrite. But that's a common, very, very, very common for that way. When I am, your answer is like, I mean, over the hill, played side of the hill. I started comedy living in Burbank, and I didn't even have a car, and I made sure at the end of every night, whatever open every single night. Once a day, you got to get in all the way. Like, he rode his bike from Burbank. It's that drive. Yeah. Over in the morning. Over Laurel. Not Laurel. Laurel King. Way up past. Basically, the first time you get the bike is Laurel King. Because it's uphill, like a lot of the way. I mean, you either want it or you don't. Yeah. Clappers really does the tops at all. I mean, there was big, but not the place to start. Start the grits. Got to be pretty. Wonder if crazy for doing clappers is like walking to that. You know what? Al's still doing comedy. That's a cool place. Al's that's restaurant. Yeah. My stuff. That's your local reference cartoon. Here with Kevin. Kevin says, that's one word. I'll get this wicked trick on the next. Okay. I always ask every person. So I think I've asked before. Very first started out what we did or with really that you're there. That was called liquid walk backwards. I did everything. I started, but hopefully very first I would walk on the back of the room. Wait, wait, oh, I got first, first, we're like, that's a I thought that I feel bad where such a somebody's first and then when you first contact, so that you are right first that that one already wrote. Yeah, you but instead, okay, what happened? Daniel White and sounds familiar because guys about sample ballot running for no really a area for LA County. No, seriously. As a bus rider, I feel their buses are far too overcrowded. People that don't really know that. And there's a lot of traffic here. I have to run the bus. It's, so, if I am elected, I make sure there are more buses in order to get on the bus. I will make everybody's next aisle. So, if I'm elected, I know wrong to ride the bus. Right. I'll say, I miss, hey, we're going to wait that. You know what? Close strong. And so, middle there. Yeah. It went somewhere. He has the idea. He's the idea of it. Art story, right? Yeah. The story was. I think he was, just study your shit. I think it'd be better. Yeah. But also get it more running. Like, instead of just saying, I'm running, really, are you running? I took the lecture. Yeah, but I thought about it. Turn the bus on way. And I like, there you go. Well, there was more bus riders in the crowd. I think about a warmer response. This stuff would go on. Who goes to the bus? I'm telling you. I think and it would display on the 17th. That's a perfect. This kind of what I'm talking about. I get a transfer to a lunchtime? But you been the best dressed guy in that show, right? That played one partially acting. Now, with it, I'll give you a little background. I'm pretty sure this is what your third week in a row getting on. I think 3 out of 4. Yeah. The first I remember very religious, like and jokes, what was go with and stuff like that. And so that you such an sort of exciting that it was tying into the what fighting new recruiter, yeah, relatable, yeah, fighting, yeah, why worked out, but that's admirable. Well, there's something the whole time. That's pretty good. You can pay it off. Right. So there's lots. Yeah. Obviously, plan started. Right. Now, I'm only writing for a couple of morning. First time was 4 weeks ago. Holy shit. How long you been riding the bus? How long? 14. Wow. That's fun. Where have you been getting? At the place? I'm getting Marty. Marty. Never that. Yeah. How does it work? Bringers, shares for lottery comes up like that was like I think what Matt said yeah. So you almost put it like a rip for it, which is fine. I thought you that's I thought you were yeah, first more that we did, but it was more I thought you were really wrong this time on a podcast that you're actually running for it. Yeah. And then again, you could also just the all the jargon right to the ride the bus and get it thinking about or whatever. Realize that you got that big bus and he wrote it the long day. So oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. That's his name. Like in the notebook or tomorrow or whatever. A lot of the crap, crappy. Dan, what else is going on today? You're like, look at different parents. Oh no. So Bruce, hey, with brother, ooh, brother, my brother's a or parents, but oh wait, that's a yeah, that's another place. Well, that's the one. You're gonna lay it all over this. I would for really, I got about 3 words out of my mouth. And this little black is a driver. What do you need to kill yourself? It embarrassed the daylights out of me. I put the bike in the stand. I walked off stage. I grabbed my girlfriend and left. The ride home, I was telling my girlfriend, honey, if you ever embarrass me like that again. Why is it whenever you meet your girlfriend's father, he always taught her like she brought home like a patient. But I don't care what it is. Impress my girlfriend's father. I can't impress my girlfriend's father. I can't do it. I just I told my father I got a job as a dad. Like yeah, yeah. Double idiot girl. That wasn't mine. But they go and was it? Yeah. Girl, morning. As a calling a corner and things is actually funny. Right after the show. So actually, that's really depressing. And Alaska, the office is he was running from and liked it. I don't know. What's really going on?
Yeah. So this is so funny. Word dog. Word dog. Oh yeah, this is it. Love someone. Oh, in my heart tonight. Oh, I love. Oh, it's love's. What did I think it was? Which one? By reasons. It's not reasons. It's love's holiday. And found this in my heart. Oh, oh, so good. You mind? In the motive life. Ah! Ah, never have ever felt this way in my heart tonight. Oh, love, found it in my heart tonight. So good. This is so. I want to fucking kill a room like this. I want people to be like, "You're the fucking man, Rabbi." Oh, it's so good. It's amazing. Oh, it's so smooth. Ah, hey, my heart, hey, want to kill a room like this. Just destroy it. Bitches throwing their bras on the floor. Fuck killing in a room like that. This is the room. Alright, you think you can pull that one? Alright. I'm in the wrong place. Just for a night. And how you die. And I'm all that we feel that we feel our feelings wrong. Yeah. Oh, after the love game has been played, all our illusions is just a parade. And all the reasons fade. I need it. One second. Maybe so quick. That was so sick. How the fuck did I do that?
fully do the job. There's always a space between the floor and the pan. Can't ever just get it all clean. Can't just be stuck in by itself. So you was cleaning
We're going viral, kids.
the room alone. Why is it just all the pots? Or part of one
Whole thing and what? So that's it carries on. Yeah. Yeah.
thing.
Glad somebody. Yeah. Really. Equated to little brother. I so good. Great. Yeah. It might be like there might be to that line of picture that everything was one thing like or a that it there is a pros around line of coke for yeah, it's like a coke for a cockroach. Fruit charter bubbles everywhere. What do you mean for like I had a black girl you know, yeah, one thing that belongs in a dustpan. That is dusty. What inspired this damn thing?
Whoever I was talking to.
Wow.
Yeah. We were talking about in the museum agreement.
Yeah. And then he went into that whole thing for you. Fine. And numbers.
So I myself and we were left alone. And stay and I love it.
Is that like both? Are you
Kinda. I like curves. More like a curve.
one think I was a big test job. How do you weigh what you weight? Like it's conscious about
I just know. Bother me a lot.
I would describe it as O's.
Yeah.
Like the great time. What's funny thing about I'll be in Portland on the 1st. And where? Oh, that's the day in North. That was. And I watched this on my website, the book car shot. Oh, what? Hey, you're going to I'm in Australia. It's so fun. It's so fun. Hey, what's important? Orders our own merch. I'll be appearing on comedy. I got fucking. What do I do? Fucking. What? Never laugh once. You think I gotta be like opposite of Robin Williams. This will be the guy with the happy smiley. Lady Outro, thank you for your likes on Twitter. Thank you very much. Everybody, arrive! Really? This is really cool. First time in Toronto, we're right at home. It's all about what we do. Tony at a movie. I know, right, guys? That's like we full circle. Right. And it's a crazy audience. Yeah. Most of the games are out. That's what I say. It's like one of the right at and it's Dave has on adult swimmer. What did you know about it? Me and Brian just coincidentally found it. For 15 minutes in adult swimmer. Yeah. When I find it really, all they're going to be like, shut the fuck up, it's so nice. Great. But it's powerful. It's like a Google search, maybe and really, what are you doing? It's like we stumbled across this style first. Style just got released. We saw it already. Yeah. And you guys would end up, oh, yeah, that is awesome. Gangnam Style is crazy. Gangnam Style has like twice as many hits as anything else. It's the most fucked up thing in the world. But we all love it. We're all gonna die. No. Best song ever. We're all gonna die like we are bad people. Why do you say that? That's when the world is living more than a guy riding a horse, like not only but a Korean guy in sunglasses. I mean, if that's what you find more entertaining than anything else, it is brilliant on you. Think about that for a second. Number one, how many around about? Josh Martin, right here. Canadian Josh Martin. Almost crazy enough. Better English. No, in Canada, January, we have Martin. Over here at the here's what I did. A great sponsor. Let's read something else. I'm gonna read a line from cover of this the gift from some people in the audience for one person. So if I that right? Much hold up of you read the whole pause at 1 second right. Okay, check. All right. Start. All right. Start. All right. Why bother anyway? Does this matter? First of all, you would want. And he got his nuts, everybody. That's how we says now. Josh Martin. He set it up and it's silly. But it's funny. Vagina all the time. Yeah, people know like this thing like vocal cord or anything. Why would it look that vagina? Letter. Kind of hollow crease. Kind of figure you but that's fun. I want it straight line. I know. I want it close. I don't want to feel like I don't want to feel like or something like that. Something vagina, not just whole wall. So good to be back in Toronto. For example, like we had, even though we had it fucked up, like I flew from New York City to LA on Monday. So Tony, was on at the comedy store. It's been so much fun lately. All the best people on, Mel, Rogan, everybody. So all happened on that front. Travel so much. Coast, West Coast, one podcast just in awesome. It's worth it. It's so much fun. Road, both of them. We're not pretty much the other masturbate like normally do. But it's like but we ended up having fun. It's a fun road. Brian did his first ever road. Horrible. And he first cloud sports roads I've ever done. I words looking at the course on 1-1. Did a great honor road. Fuck Ron. In the girl in the green, 8 other people on the road. Fuck the girl. Run Jeremy back. Yeah, like the lead obvious. Just got a stall. All there is one stall door. Blatantly fucking girl, but you can't. Sounded exactly the last fun. Now we're all of a sudden we're doing comedy. Fucking show. Come on, guys. We're doing either on there. The show we are doing comedy on the underground. We're going. My plan for tonight is reading reviews. Everything else. I want to do. I want to do all the good. If I'm telling a lie, then let there be a purpose. Exciting about being is crazy and really like. Bathroom acid. If they want to make a deal, what if for one thing, Ryan was here on the site. So that would be a first step. So the what happened? I present our head of security for the East. The first ever. 80th ladies and gentlemen. Holy the one man fire hazard. It's our first that we've ever had. Lots of team in that robot going on. Looks like there's a guy that plays James tired of Iron Man. Experience with those Canadians, they treat everybody. Come on! You! Almost looks like the area on the entire way here from LA. It almost looks like it was shoved in a bag that I had to put 7 clothes in. Yeah. Everything was just the size of the softball. Not going to be only wearing clothing that size right? Right. Look, you can have a million of those. Alright. I could have a million of those. Right. It's not like some superhuman thing. That is like those people. I would bigger on my people. Canadian Canadian. Yeah. Canadian Patriot. What's your favorite item on the menu? There you go. Important for life, bro. 100% the power of that thumbs up. It's like a bonus. Well, I'm excited about this show too. Always we have two comics. Unfortunately, they're not going to spend much time with us tonight, so it's going to be Red Band and I experience. Yeah.
What it is, folk just politicking. Where that?
I was performance I've ever seen. And be like, and he was so type of thing, like real, like it's great fun. Oh wow, that was different. I was gonna go like stingy with it. I will make it great. Understand that you're like this is the mayor aware. Yeah. I was much better on the road. No, no, really. All you. What do you want? Crown Royal. We got. Yeah. Ice and green. Yeah. Starbucks. No, no, I just onion. Iron Maiden. What's that down? It's like, doesn't it seem like it's like soda? I think it is. Like have you ever coached? Have you ever? Why did that when I can test? So much. I fucking love him. I am like a fan. Only one thing ever, and that's the roast. That means soul. Love your style. Like, you look like every bad guy from like the big talk, like all that area. Moses over there. A good one. Moses on Moses looks like they said that Moses looks like Moses rather for that guy, Moses Harry or whatever. Harry. Time is we are in like the middle of comedy stuff. Get off right in. We open question. Ooh, right? Oh. Just so you guys know, there would but now by America, rolling in all those Ferguson that they're not using anymore. So, was how much your red hair? Yeah. Was it really? No. Oh, I thought. I hardly guessed. That's not like a lot of people. I have a question. Here, I'm not a for you. For the, how do you spell that? Oh, that's universal. I have carload of and all had a different response. What the fuck? Like, how many years it has? What? Life is horrible. Lord, I don't buy it. But it's just difficult job market. The root is. Hey, like, guys, like, why do you walk like it? Everybody walks on the second side, like a little something. What the fuck? I can walk on the second walk. That's why you walk. Walk to me. You're walking to me.
What's going on, Tim? Oh, good question. I needed the devices to be streaming on Twitter, but I think I'm going to rejoin them. So no worries there. I always forgot. There's Jesse Jackson in that family. Michael Johnson. Mike Tyson. Jesse Michael Johnson. Michael Keaton. Oh. You think you're gonna go viral soon? Really? See, I've been doing this for 3.5 years. Got Fabi in here. Shout out to Fabi. Shout out to Switzerland. Shout out to Medellin Cartel. Shout out to Macaroni.
This podcast mention of our sponsor, Noon, All Form, ExpressVPN, Four Sigmatic, and Ace. Check them out in the description of this podcast. Say a few words about Roger Reeves, Pablo Escobar, Ron Trump. This conversation with Roger any of them. As of many, Roger is a criminal, bad man who added to suffering, but he never directly engaged or participated in violence, like his boss, Pablo Escobar, Jorge Ochoa. His crime was transporting drugs. I thought about this, and about Pablo Escobar, who was at once both a brutal murderer and a Robin Hood figure who helped the poor and was loved by thousands, not millions. We sometimes idolize murderers and destroy good honest men. We give power and money to corrupt politicians, dictators that starve and murder their own people. Given this, think about what makes for good men, what makes for bad men. Who decides? Sitting across from Roger, I saw a complicated man, one who has kindness in his heart, a love for money, treasure, and a disdain for violence. Again, I was one marijuana legalization alone save and make $13.7 billion. That could send more than 650,000 students to public universities every year. Then there's the human stories. 500,000 human beings sitting in prison for drug-related offenses. 1.1 million probation of their life is damaged, ruined beyond repair due to the prohibition of drugs. There's a lot more to be said about the damage done by the war on drugs. But when reading about Roger's story, talking to him, I couldn't escape the thought, while society wants to label him a criminal, a bad human being, there are much worse men out there we give a pass to, even give power to, even men who hold political office or run companies. I also think about my role as an interviewer, sitting across a man like Roger. In these interviews, life, in many ways I continue to be myself. A person who, like Dostoevsky's The Idiot, seeks all people, hurt by it on occasion, maybe destroyed by it in the end. I'm not naive, but I'm also optimistic and have hope and humanity. That's who I am. That's what these conversations are. I hope you join me, and I hope you understand that I come from love. This Lex Friedman podcast. Here's my conversation. Roger, you are one of the most prolific drug smugglers in history. What would you say motivated you? Money, power, the thrill? Money. But isn't there a point where you've had more money than you can possibly do with? Or is it always more money?
You know, I had plenty of money several times. And I think it's sort of like if you was in Las Vegas, had the slot machine held down, and the gold coin coming around you, and you had sweepers bagging them up. When would you let it go?
But isn't some part of that the thrill then?
Oh, there was a lot of thrill. Sounds way too much.
You made certainly tens of millions of dollars, probably much more. What memorable experience did having that much money make possible for you? So there's one thing is money, and the other thing is that money can buy.
I bought everything that I could hide. I bought 7 farms. I owned the land where the city of Moreno Valley, California is. Had an option on that land. Did the planning of that. Most expensive corn in the world. Yachts, ships, airplanes galore.
Did that bring you happiness?
Absolutely not. In fact, I think I'm happier now. I know I'm happier now.
So looking back, do it the same way all again?
No way.
Really? Even the thrill of it?
Not even the thrill of it. It wasn't worth 3 years in prison, being away from my love.
Money. What about the power? Just being on top of the world where nobody can, not the governments, police, all the big bad agencies chasing you, and you could do whatever the heck you wanted.
As far as having to look over your shoulder, every phone call you made, make sure that you was naked with somebody in the ocean before you talk.
Yeah. I like to make phone calls anyway. What
Was it like meeting in was the leader of any?
He was just a gentleman. Like you said years ago, I had flown one look, and it didn't work out well. The fellow that I gave it to got shot, and it took a while to get my money. And they didn't put as many kilos on the plane as they're supposed to. And I would contact down there and introduced me to David Choa. And we went up and in Bogota with the gate opened and was escorted in. They must have been 50 men out in the yards, Haitian rail on an old house. And we was escorted right in. And they were a drop dead beautiful. And she made us a cup of coffee, then was ushered in to see Jorge Ochoa. He had 12 telephones on his desk, and all of them was a different color. And he spoke English. And he said that each one of those represented a city in the United States. Chicago, and this in New York. If I ring, I call me. And so we chatted a while, and he asked me what type of airplanes I had and what experience I had flying across the U.S. border. And I told him he seemed pleased with it. And he called the lady in, and she went next door and came back with her. And he asked the same question. I answered him, and I asked them how much they paid, and they paid $5,000 a kilo to haul. And so I said, how much you put on the plane? He said, 300, 500, plus $1.5 million, 8-hour trip. Sounded pretty good to me.
And we're talking about cocaine. We're talking about
Colombian cocaine and Medellin cartel.
And Jorge Ochoa was, would you say, founding member?
He was probably the brains,
good English.
Yes.
And they were nice people.
Really nice people.
Were you scared?
Not at all.
What's wrong with your mind that you weren't scared? Here's some of the most dangerous men in the world, and you weren't scared.
I knew I was going to do exactly what I said I was going to do. Maury and the children, and they went down and they stayed in the hotel, 5-star, treated royally on my first load. They just did ask security to make sure I wasn't a DEA agent. So the first load, they can say they were hostages, but they really it was just insurance.
So there was some integrity with the outcome.
Completely. I mean, straight up. Money was ironed and banded just right, and the number never anything.
What would you attribute that honesty to? Then their own moral system and their own why weren't people crossing lines and shaving off the top and injecting chaos into the system to where it would be unpredictable, people would be dishonest, greedy, and all that.
That's true. Most people are. There's people at the top of the chain that they don't need that. And if they're completely honest, then they don't have to remember the lie they told. And plus, they're just honest to start with. They're making plenty. They was making as much money as I did. I'll tell you how that came about. I understand that 10,000 people were killed every year in Medellin, Colombia, and what they were doing, they didn't have any organization. And if one fellow had 10 kilos shipped to New York, he would tell his friend. His friend said, "Sure, I'll ship it. I have a pilot. I'll ship it up." And then he would look in the newspapers. "Oh, 40 kilos busted in New Jersey. I'm so sorry. Yours got busted." Bang, bang, he's dead. So here comes Jorge Ochoa and 3 Ochoa brothers, Pablo Escobar and Gacho, and they decided that we would make an insurance company. That we would charge you $10,000 to take it to your contact in Miami. If it gets lost anywhere between the time I put it on the airplane or the time you give it to us and the time we give it to your man, we replace it in Colombia. So there was no way anybody could lose. And I understand they got 100 tons piled under that insurance. And I was right there the first day. So I had all the work I could do. I would land, and I said, "When do you want me to come back?" Waiting to see.
Well, let me ask a difficult question. Some see Escobar as a murderer, and some see him as maybe a Robin like figure who helped the poor. How do you see the man?
Both of them. I think he started out, to be honest, with help, and then they had a war down there. And they blew up and killed his people, and the country was divided almost equally three ways. They had the military, they were just as much into it as anybody. And then you had the Park guerrillas, they had about a third of the country. And then you had the Contras, it was like the white farmers. And they're the ones that I was dealing with, and they were at war with one another. And so when them started killing their people, I'll kill some of yours too. So that's how it happened. And then when I heard about Pablo Escobar blowing up that airliner and killing the women and children, I was sorry I shook his hand. That's brutal.
So you would say Escobar is not a good man?
Not at all. Terrible. Now, looking back on it, when I met him, he was good. You're just exactly what he said he would do.
Could he be a bad man and a man you can trust? Are those
absolutely you could trust? Yes.
So, from your perspective, in terms of business, he was reliable, he was honest, had integrity, work with him, and you felt safe.
Completely. Up and to his ranch, and he brought out motorcycles to start with. Can you ride a motorcycle? I took off across the grass, and there was a pig in the wheel dropping thing. I must have that grass 20 feet. I got stopped. He almost fell off. But his bike waiting because they knew what he was going to do. And then we got on horses. And when I pretended I could round up cows, and he put back 10 machine gun pistol over my shoulder. You know how to use this? I think it. Okay, you got 10 bodyguards. So that's kind of me laughing, talking, drove some cows. And
you said Jorge Ochoa was perhaps the brain cartel. What was he like? And how do you say he
was a gentleman? And I suppose he shipped, you know, tell me how many times of cocaine that Pablo did. Just him and his brothers, you could tell by the they had on each of them. It was in double packs. This big shaped, fluffy stuff. They were lethal. And they would have 3 horns on it, or a rattlesnake, or X's on each bag. You kind of got to know which was which. They shipped a lot. So, and he was just a gentleman. I took my family one weekend to his ranch or Alicia place out near Barranquilla. And he just treated family. His family had his younger brother made a bull fight. And we had skiing and little airplanes on float on the water. It was really nice, and he was really nice.
How do you make sense of the tension that a man be a gentleman, can have integrity, but also be a murderer?
But murder is a strong killing.
Can you explain the line, gray area we're talking about? I mean, I've just talking with Jocko Willink, and we talked a lot about killing in the context of military conflict, in the context of war. So there's a line between murder and killing that you can draw. The line that you're
something similar. If people shoot at you, you shoot back and kill him out of it. That's not murder whatsoever. He's trying to get away out of the situation. If some woman don't pay you and you send a hitman over to kill her and her children, that's murder.
Was Jorge involved in that?
I don't think so. I mean, he was just such a gentleman. He had a restaurant, and he was just smart. I understand that the first 10 kilos he was in the sideline parking lot. DEA come in, he sped away. So he didn't come back to America. He was just, some people are savvy. He was such a gentleman. And the family, mother and father, the 2 brothers, their sister. I was there when she was kidnapped. Finally, he kidnapped our I guess, 100 leaders of the park. And if she don't come back, none of these are going to come back. So they made a deal.
Is there something you can say about the power structure, the hierarchy of the Medellin cartel that you interacted with? Was it a dictatorship? Pablo ran everything. Was there a bunch of power centers? Was it like a company, you have CEO, CTO kind of thing, and then there's the managers and all those kinds of things? Like, how did it run from a leadership perspective?
I understand that five of them got together and made this, I would call it an insurance company, and now known as the Medellin cartel. And I didn't see the difference. Each one of them had their own business, and their people, jungle, wherever did the cocaine, gave it to them, and they shipped it. So it didn't seem to be any power play between them at all. But my main contact was Jorge Ochoa, and Western Bar was right there, and I saw plenty of stuff for him too.
Strange that they didn't betray each other regularly. You know, greed makes men betray each other. How do you explain that? How much betrayal did you see?
I didn't see any. Absolutely. If they shipped his 100 kilos, he got paid for it. The other one shipped his, I'm sure they got paid for it.
How do you explain that?
Well, there was no need to. Money was just unbelievable. You think about 500 kilos of plane at $50,000 a kilo at the time. And they paid $5,000 to ship it. And they made $5,000 without even touching it. They just had somebody load it onto the airplane. I gave it to their man in Miami. They gave it to whoever it belonged to by the marks on the duffel bags. So they was making just untold millions. Just no reason.
Greed can blind men. It's still strange to me that there was not more betrayal. It speaks to something else, perhaps, that's bigger than money. Maybe not. But it seems like just like in the casino, like you mentioned, we get accustomed to whatever level of money you have. We get accustomed very quickly.
Yes.
And then there's a tension that's natural between human beings. And when that tension combined with money, combined with power, combined with, like you mentioned, beautiful women and a bit of violence, it seems that betrayal should be common. But it's not.
It wasn't, not at all. Carlos later, I don't know, he betrayed him. He started that. He was running, came through the Bahamas. He had the island. I didn't go. I was offered to fly with DC-3 with that, but I didn't. So I had my route through the again, and so I didn't change. But he talked a lot, and I don't. He betrayed me.
Yeah. So as you expand tension, the conflict, Colombia, like you said, an ultra-violent place. How did you survive? Who protected you?
I was their hero. They liked me. I mean, I was just treated like all I did. I was over a bank radio station at the Port of the Magdalene. I believe it was 725 right day, and I'd fly into 10,000 feet, and I'd see below it'd be a assessment, and I'd wiggle my wings, and he'd wiggle his, and I'd fall in behind him and go 100 or 200 miles. I'd land on some jungle strip or some banana plantation, and they'd fuel me up. I could eat steak in the night. It was just like treated royally. I mean, take off the next morning whenever I wanted to. Just like that was protected, and I was honored guest. It wasn't anything like in that movie, putting a gun to your head and taking your sunglasses and betting. So one time I complained to Jorge Ochoa that the runway was pretty short that they were using. And I went back down there, and it looked like Los Angeles International. They had bulldozers in there, had that thing 5,000 feet long. Just the next week, it was all done. The jungle was gone, and the plate was up there.
And all the while, you were not afraid. You were treated like a royal.
Yes, there. I was afraid when I landed in the United States.
Well, maybe let's go back to the beginning. What was the first time you flew an airplane with drugs on it? Tell me the story of the first time you flew drugs.
All right, flew down to La Veracruz, the Cessna 182, and we landed in the town. It was a lovely town, and the town was like Bible. People, women washing your clothes in the streets, and fire, with stone basins and the stream running through. I just was just dumbstruck. It was just so pretty. And I went in the church, in the Catholic church, and it had Stations of the Cross, all carved magnificent. I'd never seen that. And I come home and told Mary, Dad, I just almost brought tears to my eyes. It was so beautiful. And 3 o'clock the next morning, I went out to the airport and taxied down to the taxiway, and there was a guard came out and wanted to know what I was doing. And I pulled out. I was on the fire department out of Redondo Beach, California. So I pulled out my wallet, and it was fire department badge. And oh, he shook my hand. Was so glad. So I taxied on down there, pound plane, and came on back. And I was running the head. And I thought I landed on the strip.
You were talking about on the way back.
On the way back, on the way north after we looked up early in the morning, and it's the only time I ever got vertigo. The mountains were coming down at a 30 or 40 degree angle, and Milky Way was up, and somehow I wanted that airplane to be left with the stars. And it got me, and it's a phenomenal pilot. I had vertigo. It's the only time I ever had it. So anyway, the wind was on the nose of that Cessna. I wasn't going to make it to the dry lake where I had fuel. So I landed on a little bitty strip, and there was a little house. It was caved in, and it was a boy named Lazarus, 6 or 7 years old, and he was herding some goats. So we put marijuana in that house, and the man stayed with me. I flew to some town and got fuel and came back. We sat down with the lunch that I brought back, and little Lazarus sat there and ate with us. Had a good time. We came back and came.
Oh, wow. I wonder where he is now. So, what was it like to fly? Maybe describe the details of you have to fly low. Is there details unique to the experience of flying an airplane with drugs on board?
All right, well, one of the mistakes is just hundreds of thousands. They don't stop at the border going down and get their permit. Once you get a permit to be in Mexico, you've got it for 6 months. You can go anywhere, any fishing village, any little town, any little place. Show them this, and you're welcome. If you don't have that, you go straight to jail. So you go down there and you think, okay, they're going to have fuel for me to come back. So, oh, sorry, senor, that was had a rusty leak in it. So we don't have any. But you got to be able to go down and get it. So that's what I did. And when I was coming back for several years, I would fly up at Mexicali and cross the border right at Calexico. I would act like I was landing on the Calexico side just after dark. Then I'd zip across the border to the Salton Sea and go below sea level 100 feet, I believe 170 feet. Come on up and go out there and above Palm Springs and out 29 Palm to the desert. Put my stuff under a Joshua tree and fly into town and get my pickup. Back out and get it. And that was fun. And then it got really dangerous. They had Operation Starlight, I believe was the name of it. And they caught a lot of pilots coming across. So I changed it. And by that time, I was flying bigger. I was flying Beach 18. And I would refuel in Mulahe halfway down the Baja Peninsula. And then over in the middle, 20 miles from the nearest road was a goat ranch where they milk goats and made cheese. And I would go there and unload them coming up out of anywhere in southern Mexico. And I would land there, and a guy named Juan would put the marijuana under the trees. I'd fly into Mulahe, and he'd wash my plane and gas it up. I'd eat a lunch and run around for a few hours, take a nap, shower, then go back in the afternoon. And then I would go west out of there and fly 200 miles off the coast of the island of Blue. And from there, I would fly on western heading about 300 miles out over the Pacific. And then I would come in behind the Santa Barbara Islands, down low, and come up and go out in the desert land. And I did that for the rest of the marijuana trip.
What was the hardest part about flying those routes?
The hardest part was getting marijuana.
So the hardest part is flying.
The hardest part is like driving your car. But then I had people on strips just on airplane, like when I land on a highway, and in the rainy season, I would come back to land again, and the guy You wouldn't think about it. You'd have like those wheels on the sides, wings there, grass and grow up, and it sound like, I mean, it's tearing the airplane apart. You can see it go in the grass that show here on the weeds. I had tropics. Some of that had, getting gasoline and telling me that land here in the light and knock the wheels off when you land. Oh, you should have landed a little further up here, then you would have ditched them.
Yeah.
That's
What was it like landing on a highway? And when did you have to land on the highway?
I landed a highway most of the times. In Mexico, first time I went down, there was a place called Pichilingi, and you had a 900-foot strip. And I would fly down, and I'd carry gasoline. And Maury and I would go to the grocery store and buy all kinds of little goodies and candies and toys to bring to the children. That sand strip in the end of a river was just too short to take off the load. There was a young man there named Pedro, not weighed much over 100, maybe 120 pounds, and he'd get in the plane with me, and he'd direct me 20, 30, 40 miles to a highway, and the people, Kenyan people, pull out in a 2-ton truck with a machine gun on it. A bunch of guys with arms, they'd block the road, and then another one block it up about a mile away, and I'd land right over that truck. They'd load me up like a bucket brigade with marijuana coming. I'd shake hands with them, and I'd take off right over the truck. And sometimes maybe 20, 30, 40 cars lined up. One time I remember a patrol car, a highway patrol car, but he didn't have his lights on. They go right over him. And then when I started flying to Louisiana, the bridge over the Mississippi River, there were several contractors that went broke, and that thing was out for years. And about 5 miles from the river, flashing red lights, detour. And then there's swamp on both sides of it. In the middle of it, grown up 20 feet trees, and that was like an international runaway from anywhere in the world. So I landed on that over the red light, just like the end of a runway. And then the next morning, we go out there and park off the highway where I landed before daylight.
Wow. Let's go to somebody you've known well, somebody who's also a drug smuggler, is Barry Seal. Who is Barry Seal? How did you meet him?
Barry Seal is a friend of mine. Maury and I and the children went down in Honduras, and Lagos, looking at a ranch to buy. I was looking for Central America where I'd have a halfway place. And it was lovely. We stayed up there for some days, and I was close to buddy, and we went. Oh, we got to San Pedro Sula, and we was going back to New Orleans. So we went to the cleaners to get our clothes, and most all of them was in there. And they got, senor, they'll be ready tomorrow. We're not ready. Plane leaves at 9 o'clock or whatever. So I told Maury for her and the children, because it'd be easier for one to understand the flight. So I went to the laundromat to the clothes, and they were ready. They was a pile up. I put them on the back, got in a taxi, and the old taxi was driving with me. I'd give him $100 to go faster. He just rapid. We got to the airport, and I jumped out and ran around the tarmac, and here's a brand new 727 taxi. Oh. So I'm waving to the pilot. He waves back. Then I see Maury's face in the cockpit. He goes down. He laughs. He puts some stairwell out. And I run for the stairwell. He pulls it back up. Goes like a hitchhiker. Gonna pick me up and go down here. Then he put it out. And I got on and the whole crowd laughed. I'm coming on with that clothes. So I go way down in the middle. Plane's full. Miriam, my daughter's about 9 years old. And she was sitting in the middle, and Father was very sealed. So I did. And I sat in the middle, and we took off. Wheels come up with clunk, and I got up about 5,000 feet. She said, "What was that, Daddy?" And he just turned on his autopilot. That fella reached over, and I looked at him. I said, "He looks like CIA, FBI, something. He ain't supposed to be here." Clear blue eyes, gentleman looking. And he said, "You fly these things?" I said, "I got a few out." He said, I fly them too or something. My name's Barry. We shook hands, and we got to talking. no choice of seats, just open seating. So I don't believe it one bit. He started talking about he just got out of jail, just got out of prison. I said, and he told me I would TWA another, and told me about what he was for. And so we had a nice conversation with hours to New Orleans. I didn't believe him. So he got off in front of us, and a crowd of people meet him. Old mother and wife and little children hanging on to him, crying and hugging and kissing him. I reached over and gave him a piece of paper. I hadn't already to write it out, but I was he jail? He got caught with 100 kilos of cocaine and stayed for a year. And now what? Colombia? I don't know where it come from. He got caught in Honduras, probably refueling. But he'd been in prison down there before for bringing explosives to the Cuban Contras. And he lost his job with the airlines. And then later on I found out he was ex-CIA and George Bush Sr.'s protege. Had 1,000 parachute jump. There, he was a hot shot mouth. There's a million questions to ask here. Maybe can we figure out a bit longer? What was your relationship with him like? You were a drug smuggler. He's a drug smuggler. Your friends. How often do you guys talk? How often do you work together? What was the relationship like? I'll back up and just finish where I started off there. I gave him things to bear. I may have some work for you. I've got some work for you. And I said I'd come out to Santa Barbara. And so, I don't know, a week or two later, he flew out and went to our house and stayed with us a couple of days. And I had an almost brand new Aero Commander, 690V. That thing was turbo prop, and it was hot. Hottest thing I'd ever had. So I said, let's go, Barry. Let's see what you can do. I'm sorry I said that. We got 9,000 feet. And he was like one of them Blue Angel pilots. He wrung that thing out. And I said, that's enough. And then he did a falling leaf. It's where you cut the engines in the plane from side to side. I saw Bob do that in the air show once. That's the only person I ever saw do it. And my hand was white knuckle hanging on the fleet. He shut off the engine? Yeah, he shut off the engines and landed flying side by side like this. How do you explain that? Was he just a wild man, or was he sufficiently skilled? He was sufficiently skilled. Absolutely. He knew what he was doing. I can get the plane from one spot to another, and I guess I'm known as a good pilot, but that guy was an aerobatic. So, anyway, he stayed with us a couple of days, and I told him, I said, this needs tanking. I got some work down in Columbia, needs to come back to Louisiana. Now I need 2,500-mile range. I said, I got somebody in Mena, Arkansas to do that and keep their mouth shut. I gave him $10,000 and he flew away. And in a few days, he called me and says, come to my house in Baton Rouge. So I went out to his house in Baton Rouge, and I stayed with him for a few days. That plane was tanked, I mean, beautiful. Stem to stern. Like it went from Libya to Canada. So he was, and I hired him to fly. And he was funny. I paid him $1 million a trip. Paid $2,000 a kilo. Trip. And I didn't get paid until people received it. They had to ship it to Chicago or New York. The money come back. So it's a couple of 3 weeks pipeline. Well, I was had to pay him. Well, he'd go again. I mean, and he'd belly. I mean, he'd only grow. So one time I gave him $1 million and I put it in a box real nice. So how big is a box that contains $1 million? I'm talking about $100. It's not very big. You can put it in a large briefcase. It weighs exactly 10 kilos. Each bill weighs a gram. I must get it exactly 20-something pounds. $100 bills. But $101 bills is 2,200 pounds. We didn't need that. Were you the one that introduced Barry Seal to Pablo Escobar? No. I didn't introduce him at all. And our deal was that you don't beat my people. I mean, we just kind of you were made to fly the airplane. So he wanted these Panther conversions cost $400,000 each. Storm scope, radar, stop on anything you want.
What's that mean? Sorry to interrupt. Panther conversion.
Panther conversion was these people called Panther. They took everything out from the firewall and the instruments and all and converted them and put Q-tip propellers on them, bladed, and you very quiet. And the CIA developed in Southeast Asia, running behind the lines. That's where Barry had things, so he knew about them. So hey, that's what he wanted, and that's what we got him.
How does that connect to Pablo? And so he worked for you, got those upgrades.
I think he threw about 30 loads for me, and then I got arrested. Got everything in the world. Got 35 years sentence. But let me back up a little. Barry was our friend. Mari and I are both friends.
We should pause real quick. Mari is your wife. Hopefully she'll will convince her to join us a little bit. She's the love of your life. She leaves in and out of the stories.
Yes, she was there. She was behind the scenes, but I kept her out of it.
And then also you mentioned Miriam as your daughter.
Yes, our son was a baby, and I remember we went out to the festival. It was my favorite restaurant in Coral Gables. Oh, good. And Barry knew about it. Anyhow, we went out to so we came back into the rooms. So Barry will spend the night with us. So he goes to our hotel room with us. We got two big beds in the Omni Hotel, and he lays over there and gets down to his striped shorts and his t-shirt, and he puts the baby up on his belly and gives him bottles of, ain't that good, Redo? And he just feeds the baby, laugh and talk. So that's how close we were that we could all stay in a hotel room.
And would you say he's a good man?
A gentleman, solid gentleman. Just looked after his mother, his family, everybody around him. Everybody loved Barry. He just had a smile on his face always.
So you got arrested, and then what happened to Barry?
Barry knew that people unloaded. So he sent the cars down, all that. So he met a young little guy named Lito. It's Carlos Bustamante. So he just kept on flying. But I believe he had 3 of my airplanes at $400,000 a piece, and they owed me some money. Well, he collected part of that and gave Mari the money and put it in his safe and took her to his house and all after I got arrested. And a lawyer got me the best lawyer in the country, Albert Krieger, head of the defense team for all America. Wonderful.
Can you tell the story of the months that led up to Barry's assassination? What did you know? What did you sense? What did you think?
Okay, when I got out of prison, I was eating breakfast, and there was Ronald Reagan's face right in the television. We have absolute proof the communist Sandinista government is in the cocaine business. And there was that fat lady, the C-126, on the runway with it bellied in, and he had done it. So I had heard that Barry was working with. So it wasn't long
Working with
the DEA. He was no longer on our side, you know.
So can you clarify how you got that from the Reagan making a statement about her?
Okay, there was his plane. There was Barry's plane, and okay, on the way north, you could stop in Nicaragua, land on a military base or on a base that they used as crop dusters and all, and refuel. And some of that shortened our trip. We go further into the jungle and come up. That was what Pablo Escobar and Chile. They was associates with people in Nicaragua.
So Barry was that plane there. That means Barry was getting the information.
He was working with them at that time. But let me back up. When I was flying, and I told Barry we would refuel in strange airplane the loads in Belize, where I had a spot up there. And then that's when they told me we can refuel in Nicaragua. And then you fly all the way, and Barry couldn't believe it. He says, all right, but I wanted to land. I had a place in Louisiana for $10,000 that I could land on. Share all of it paid off. And he said, no, I can't get caught in Arkansas. So what do you mean you can't get caught in Arkansas? You get caught anywhere. He said, I can't. It's going to cost you $50,000 every time I'm sprint.
Why Why? Can you explain why he can't get? He said he was hooked up at the very top. He even said, "I'm going to have dinner with the governor." That's time. Mena, Arkansas, and it's like, did Bill Clinton? Did you give him any money? And I give the man any money. Like the money that I had to Van Cayman Islands. I told my lawyer, I said, I never touched that. You don't have to fond it to be guilty. So, well, there's a lot of conspiracy theories and a lot around the relationship. Theories. What evidence? What would you say from your best understanding of what was the relationship between Bill Clinton and Barry Seal? Barry said, and he knew. And when it was come out to be called Mena, somebody stopped it. I mean, they stopped it dead in the tracks for 2 or 3 years, and the producer even quit. I mean, the American made with Tom Cruise. It wasn't. It was going to be called Mena. It's the name that was written and produced of Mena. And waiting on Hillary to be elected, they would not let that movie out. And that movie changed drastically. But to push back on that, that doesn't mean there's truth there. That means they're worried about the power of the conspiracy theory, which sucks. Exactly. I don't know. I mean, some conspiracy theories, just because they're popular, mean they're true. And ones that, but also they're not true. There's ones that are not very popular, true. That one really stuck. What's your sense? Well, I paid $1.5 million for buried land at Mena, Arkansas. So I was pretty sure that he couldn't get caught. And I said, well, I can't get caught in Colombia. Can't get caught in Nicaragua. I guess we got licensed. We went for it. So I can't get caught. Just to clarify, there's a sense where this is a safe place to live. Yeah, like completely safe. So you don't think he was referring to some kind of, like my grandfather fought in World War II, talk about bullets can't hit him. So it's almost like believing. He was taking that $50,000 and Barry was honest, so he wasn't just taking it because he was making it. He didn't care for it. Oh man, moving forward, the months leading up to the assassination. But what do you understand? Why he was assassinated? Who were the players involved? Maybe could you have stopped it? Well, I'll tell you, after I saw Reagan's face on the television thing, we have the absolute proof. The phone rang, and it was Barry. I hadn't heard from him in a couple of years. He said, I'm coming out tonight, Roger. So he came out. He said, I'll meet you in this French restaurant in Santa Barbara. And I walked in, there's about 20 or 30 people in there. And he was all 40 years old. Women, plastic or leather skirts, and me in their blue jeans. I looked around, and Barry was in the back. He cleaned up, he gained weight. And I walked up, and I said, Barry, are you wired? He said, no. I said, well, I'm not going to talk to these DEA agents. He said, everyone. So, with jeans and skirts. I like it. I said, well, Barry, I'm going to bet you, and you just talk to me, buddy, and tell me what's on you. And he sat there, and he just went to talking, and he told me about that he left holding the bag. What do you mean by that? Like, that nobody's ordered. He was, and I don't know this. I mean, this is just what happened. The other day, he had some CIA that was pretending we're going to fly all across with arms. And with that, you can land cocaine back here by the ton. So he's taking his planes and putting some AK-47, maybe ammunition or whatever, and takes it down to the Contras against the Communist Party of Nicaragua, where we've been landed. And all of the North was involved in this. So when all that, and so his CIA buddy was certainly involved, we know they were. And Barry had been in the CIA early when he first got to school. So when
As I say, the shit hit the fan. They all fled and left Barry Holt in the back.
The CIA and the DEA.
Yeah, well, no, not the DEA, the CIA. DEA, CIA was selling that cocaine, bringing it in, and
just to clarify, what's the Iran-Contra scandal? What was the alleged involvement of the CIA using drug trade to fund things? What do you know? What do you think is true? What should we know?
Well, what I know is true. That Barry was taking a small amount of arms back to Central America and giving them to Oliver North. North was a colonel that got implemented and almost brought the government down. So they said, all right, we're getting the guns from Iran, and we're taking cocaine to pay for it. And since Congress won't give us money to fight this war, we're going to circumvent it. So that was a whole thing.
So it was CIA's effort to circumvent the funding mechanism of government by selling drugs.
Yes, but it was a handful of renegade CIA agents. It was Barry's friend. It was making a load of money, tons of it come up. If you would like to read the big white lie, the CIA and the crack cocaine epidemic. The CIA, according to this, the book in Michael Ryan, I didn't remember his name at the time I talked, wrote that book, and he was a head CIA, they had DEA agent that exposed this, and the CIA tried to kill him. And he says they put crack cocaine, they developed their chemistry developed crack, and they put it in every country, every city in the United States on weekend. So they were bringing it up by the tons, and that's for sure. Barry was bringing it.
Can I ask you a small tangent question? Do you think the public should trust the CIA and the DEA? Do you think they're mostly good people that are carrying out a good mission? Yeah, because this kind of makes it sound like there's renegade agents that are just doing whatever the hell they want and sometimes no regard for human life.
That's certainly true, but that's not everybody. That's just sometimes you get a view of things. I believe that our government is good. I think we got some fools running it. I don't know how we get them there, but I don't think I know.
Okay, so what Barry's involvement here?
And so Barry leaned back in that chair and he told me, he got caught 1.5 tons and he belted it in the runway in Nicaragua and had cameras flashing inside and out. And he flew it back to Homestead with the agent there, and he brought the agent over. Jake Jacobson, really nice fellow. I think he was a crop duster. And we'd have got along, we'd have been on the backside. And so we sat there and drank Chevy's. I got pie-eyed, and Barry told me, he said that he went to see Edward. He got out on that their jet up to Washington, went in to see the Attorney General. Run him out of the office. Next day he went back and said, I have apps. CIA is bringing tons of cocaine. Or they're running tons of cocaine into the United States. And Edward Meese put him over with this agent, Jacobson, I believe it was. And they went down and got 1.5 tons. And on the way back, they belted it in, and Pablo Escobar and some of the other generals there in Nicaragua, you can see them toting it from one plane to the other. It's in the book called The Big Kings of Cocaine. It's got a mention of me too, and also the other one has a mention of me. Says I'm in more files with the DEA than Noriega.
Who wanted to get rid of Barry? Who wanted to get rid of Barry more, the cartels or the CIA?
The cartel. But so Barry leaned back and he told me the story. Tears down between his fingers, hands over his eyes. I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. So I told him everything. I went to Congress and I testified to Congress. He testified to Congress for all these things he's done. He said, I told him all about you. You're under my umbrella. You got to testify with me for grand jury in Miami. And so the guy said, you can come down. The DEA agent said, you can come down tomorrow with Murray, first class. I'll take you down in chains. And if you don't testify with Barry. The only place you'll ever see your wife and family again is in a federal prison visiting.
Was that a difficult conversation?
Oh, and then my gut was like I can't testify against my friends. I just can't do it. How am I going to do it? I can't work with people, and he was honest with me. How am I going to testify against him? I can't spend the rest of my life in prison. What on earth? What mess got me into? So,
is that a kind of betrayal?
Yes, but still, I wish he let me out of it. I understand him getting in such a mess that was told because the CIA and betrayed him. Kill everything. I says, all right, I'll be in Miami tomorrow, and I put down first class. And I went to a lawyer, one of the biggest lawyers in Miami. I said, man, I am in a mess. This fellow's told everything, and I've got to say something. But I'm not a snitch, man. I mean, what can I do? And he said, well, being a snitch is like being pregnant. You either are or you're not. And he says, I don't represent snitches, but if you want to fight this case, I'll do it for $600,000. And boy, my face turned red. Well, I'm not a snitch. He said, well, that's what you're talking about. He said, let me tell you something. You go in there and say one thing, sign that paper, and you don't tell them everything you know, and they will convict you of everything you've ever done. So you can't do it. So I said, Barry, I'm having trouble with a lawyer. Give it to I'll go tomorrow. Let's go. All right, use my lawyer. He gave me his card, his card. So Mari and I went to the festival restaurant that night. Barry and Debbie came in. She was dressed. Barry wasn't. We was already about finished, so we had dessert together. And I said, Barry, they're going to kill you. He said, no, they ain't going to kill me. So and so, such and such. You don't want this and that. I said, Barry, they're going to kill me. That ain't no, can't deny it. And I didn't tell him I wanted to testify, so I hugged his neck. We fled to Brazil. I took Mari and the children to Brazil.
You decided there you're not going to.
I knew it. I didn't know what I could do. I talked to a lawyer. I mean, I didn't know what I could do. Best in Miami said what he told me. So I had to go.
You went to Brazil. Did you have a conversation with anybody at the cartel? I mean, that's such an interesting moment that tests a man's character to not snitch. And did you have a conversation with anybody, Pablo, about it? Like, so it's just understood.
I just couldn't do it.
But how many men like you are there?
Not many. I had all my friends testified against me. I had 11 friends, and every one of them put their finger up. Roger did it. Not I continued to bring up.
Still, you. Did you ever get respect? That
they were time I got back. He said, they owe me money, and I can't get it. So,
that's about money. I mean about.
Oh, I think so. I mean, I've been back down there. I've been. I have my contact. And, when I was in Brazil, I was trying to get this money. I called up there, and he was going to pay me. Oh, I got $600,000 today, and I'll get you some more tomorrow. Then the next week, I called. Hey, got great news! Great news! Barry Seal's been killed. So, oh no, when I went back to the hotel, we was up in a part of Brazil, and where was it, Mighty? Yeah. And so I went back, and I told my friend Miriam, and they cried, and I cried. I really cried.
How's that great news? Cartel.
Well, now there's no case against me and him and them.
Do you know who killed him?
Yes. I'll tell you about that story. On the first load I did, I landed in a banana plantation, and it was raining, and it was a muddy strip of clay. They put 300 kilos of cocaine in it, and oh, this man, name Ronaldo, got in there with a back tent, and he was making sure I took it down. So
this is many years ago.
Yeah. So anyway, we took off, and the mud got up in the wheel well, so thick until the wheels would come up. Well, I'm going 200 miles an hour instead of 300 miles. The wheels coming down. Oh, I can't go back there. If I do, I'm in the same situation until the sun dries it out in a few days. And so, but in police, I had a runway that had been used for $10,000 used to refuel. So I told the guy, listen, we got to land in Belize to refuel. No, back to him. I'll shoot you. I said, go ahead, boo. You're going to die too. So yeah. It was in the dirt. He wasn't just ugly. He was a bad killer. And so he's the one that actually killed Barry, the one that went up on the first load with me. And Ronaldo, and he's doing so life. He's just a killer. Yeah. He's doing life. And I wonder who, is it known who made that decision? The younger Ocho, I understand, Fabio, the one paid for it. I don't know that, but that's what I've heard. This probably sounds about right. He's down in Jessup, Georgia, a long time. I think he's about to get out. He's been in the movie American Man. What do you think that movie got right? What did it get wrong? Almost everything wrong. It was disgusting. Okay, which parts? Can you well, can you maybe elaborate about Barry Seal? It just didn't even. It was nothing. And whoever wrote it had no idea who Barry Seal was. They sat in a rocking chair and just tried to think of what some baby fashion drug dealer doing. Yeah. And it's just like, God, you just don't have any idea of the spirit of the man. So they wanted to try to tell a fun story without actually studying. And they didn't know him. They had no idea. And Barry was such a nice person. He's such a really nice gentleman. They talk to you or no? No, the people that made him know. And I see all these people telling about Barry, never met him. They telling all about him. I think that's just ridiculous. Yeah. And that's one thing is his character coming out of houses and all that. That was just like ugly. And then down in Colombia, putting a gun to his head, going to take his sunglasses, and then put $25,000 billion worth of cocaine on his plane. And then they're going to bet $100 he don't have enough room to take off. That's just insane. It was the whole thing. And he's talking to the DEA agents when he's coming up. You don't know where frequency they own. He's got 5 planes, and they all split when the DEA comes out. These are just somebody's just fantasy. But those are details of the man, details of the story. Is there some big, profound things they missed about the whole period? Well, that's something that's really important to you that you missed. Yes, they just try to sensationalize on little things that people remember, and it's just not true. It was just like a business deal, and good people, good airplanes, good flying, and it was like a good watch. It just clicked. It just, and they missed all of that. They tried to make it sound like it's something very complete. Do you think it was a story that could have been told better and still be a hell of a stress? Well, there's a series called Chernobyl done by HBO, and because I have some family connected to that period, they did an incredible job of being historically accurate, and only not being historically accurate when it helped the story, only in those rare cases when they on purpose left the story to make it easier for people to understand. Still somehow accurate. Even all the actors with accent somehow accurate. Like they captured the spirit. So historically accurate and the spirit was captured. That was one of the most incredible series I've ever seen. It convinced me that the movie was made by non-Russians. It convinced me that if you really care about a story, you don't have to have been brought up in it. You don't even need to speak the language. If you're truly a scholar of it, talk to a lot of people, learn, pour your heart and soul into it, you can create something special. So your sense that you do that with the period of time. Oh yes, it was a story that needs to be told. It needs to be told in the correct way, not like you're trying to bash a certain angle. Yeah. Well, if Netflix or HBO are watching this, you need to tell the story of Roger Rees, in my opinion. There you go. Young picture. Yeah, there you go. That's from National Geographic. Jorge Ochoa, Pablo Escobar, you, Roger, and Barry. Yeah. Smuggler.
memoir. Yeah, I really do hope that they make a movie of this one. There's a movie called Blow that tells the story of George Young, Boston George. Did you know George Young? That's one way to ask it. The other is Blow.
I didn't know George Young, but it was a wonderful. Absolutely, it captured it. It did. Yes, it did. That's the way it should.
He was a little bit before his time.
Exactly the same time.
Exactly the
same. He was used as stewardesses by the marijuana out of Manhattan Beach, and I was fire department in Redondo Beach, 10 miles away, buying it up, sending it back. Somebody was sending it back. He might have been sending it back. But he didn't have near the excitement that I did. I was shot down twice. I escaped from 5 different prisons. I was tortured almost to death in a Mexican prison. So he didn't have all that fun that I had.
Fun in quotes. Yeah, so yours is a heck of a fun adventure. Just to look on a little bit. So Johnny Depp plays George, and Ray Liotta plays his father. There's son-father kind of scene at the end. I don't know. It's heartbreaking. Like, that scene paints a picture of a life that could have been had if none of this wild drug smuggling happened. I don't usually, I mean, I don't almost really never get like teary-eyed in a movie. That got me. It's almost like confronting at the end of your life your father. He calls him Georgie. Like, you fucked up, Georgie.
Yes, I did too. I really, really did. Already waited all those years, and the children raised them without me. Just to be in prisons all over the world. Just unbelievable. Just it's worth that kind of money.
Can you tell the story of when you were tortured nearly to death in Mexico?
I sure can, and I'm smiling, but nothing to smile about. I can tell you. I was in, and a gentleman came over and shook hands with me and put handcuffs on. And nice hotels. They put me in a jail cell, and I sat there, and all the drunks, thieves, and stuff kept coming in, and they had a bucket, get overrun. And I said, man, there's 18 people in the room, about 12 foot square. Oh, it was hot, and I thought, somebody's got to come get me. This ain't real. I hadn't done anything. There was a pilot come to see me up in Hermosillo, and he stopped, and he made a mistake and went to the international runway instead of where he was supposed to go. And he had my phony name in his pocket, so they got me. So they said I was a drug smuggler. So after about 3 days, they put me back into the back, and it was a torture place. They put me in a little cell. I guess it wasn't hard even 6 feet, must have been about 5 feet square and about 12 feet high. And it was end of June, and it was hot. I mean hot. And they left me in there for, I guess, a few days. You didn't know. So every once in a while, they'd come drag me out. And first off, they put my head under, and it had seltzer in it or some kind. And I took one whiff of that. 3 or 4 couldn't hold me down. So then I learned that just before you have to breathe air loose like that, they'll let you up. And that was the first treatment. And then they started to beat me. And, they beat me with blackjack until I was black and yellow, bottom of my feet to my head. What did they want? They wanted to sign a confession that I was a drug. And they put the papers under your nose. This is all over if you'll sign. Well, I knew if you sign, you got 6 years. Sign. I wasn't going to sign. So
they didn't want you to snitch on anybody. They just wanted to say,
sign that paper.
And you still didn't.
Yeah. I made that thing. So anyhow, it's getting good first. Then they come and they take me out. I'm buck naked. They bend me over and they have things to pull you. That change, click, 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 click. And they bent me over. And they put butter on my bum. And they commenced to put hot chili pepper there. And that stuff was bad. I mean, it was red hot. And that was all.
And still.
That just
Yeah, but still, you didn't.
All right, think about it. Hang on to you. I guess if I'd have known he was going to kill me, I wouldn't have done it, but I wasn't about it. You get hurt bad enough, you pass out. I didn't pass out, so I was all right. So then the last thing they did was they brought a dead man, and he was wrapped. He was frozen. He was wrapped in newspaper, strips about a half-inch wide, just like a mummy. And he was frozen, and they hung him on the wall with a meat hook. And you next, son of a bitch, you next. And so he's sitting there like this, and as he starts to thaw out, which is pretty quick, it looks like he's crying. It looks like he's peeing, and the papers start unraveling on him, and the formaldehyde puddles on the floor. What a smell! Rotten insides and the formaldehyde, and there was a little space. It wasn't even a half-inch high under the door. And I lay on that filthy cheek and put my lips right up under that door and suck in that fresh air, and I went to sleep after some time. And I know where Walt Disney gets his ideas. I saw white, pink, pigs with wings on them, all kinds of stuff flying around. So when I woke up, I didn't know what was real and the nightmare. It took me a minute to figure out where I was and what was going on.
How did you stay mentally strong that time? Like what?
I don't know that I did. I would, yeah, I was strong, just like I am now.
Stubborn. I mean, you could be that man. It could have killed you.
Yeah.
So, Jeff.
Yeah. I think, yeah, you're forever. You gonna get out to the prison, or they gonna let you go or something? You sign that paper, you ain't going nowhere. And I want to go home. I got shot down a few weeks before that. I got shot plumb out the sky. 80 bullets through the plane, killed her around, shot the leg nearly off. In that little place in Peachy Lindy.
And they were shooting you from, yeah.
All right. A little 900-foot strip there at Peachy Lindy, a poor village with starving donkeys. That's where I'd give them 17,000 food. I'd go on the highway. Well, on day 13, I did a look every day for 13 days. They had a bunch of marijuana pretty good piled up. I was day. And on day 13, I had that little warning sign in my stomach. Don't do it. But I asked this Joaquin, we got the Federales paid off. So I spent the night in a hammock and walked down to the airplane just as it getting daylight. And 10 or 12 men walked with me, and Pedro got in. I brushed my teeth into the stream, deep river coming. Got in the airplane, and I fired her up. Bam! Bam! What a tire. Pedro's yelling, Policia! Policia, Roger! Policia! That finally dawned on me, and I shoved it, throttle to the firewall. And only had.
So that was a bullet.
Yeah, there's off the sides, they'd shot. Warning, like, get out, stop, I'm gonna rob you, whatever. That's what they do. It's taking the plane and being in prison, the whole thing. But I even had papers. So I just shoved it to the firewall, and there wasn't enough room to take off. They stabbed over behind me from a. And so just at the end, I'm just like, I think that thing stalls at about 50. I was just turning 50. I just pulled it right up and put the flaps on. And as I pulled off the ground, they opened on both sides of my machine. And they really, the windshield came out. I got hit 3 times.
Like your body?
Yeah. And I didn't know I was hit. I mean, it was just the
adrenaline.
The gasoline just, the world turned yellow. I must have went into shock. So it just stopped in slow motion. And one bullet hit the strut right by my head. It just, parts of that bullet just went all over me. I just looked like I'd been peppered with lead. And the gasoline was just pouring in. I mean, just pouring in where they shot the wing up. The windshield's gone. I didn't know. It was just like hailstone. So I was
airplane's stall or not?
I was in a stall anyway, and I didn't realize it. And I guess she trained me. The stall, the elevator is kind of flappy, and I didn't realize it. At the time, I thought they had shot the elevator cable too. So I just reached over and switched it off, full of mixture, full of everything. And in the river, there was rocks about as big as this table. They were like the turtle, all the way up until they were quite a pretty place. And I crashed straight onto it. I thought, if I hit those rocks. And when I did, the first time I hit, it came on, and it bounced. And the next time, the nose came and came under the plane. And I'm sitting there, I must have been unconscious. Because Pedro's shaking, come on, Roger, come on, Roger. So I stepped out into the water, and here comes these full federales still shooting. And a bullet or two hit the airplane. And I kept a 9mm Browning high power taped to the top of the radio in case I ever needed it. So, because you didn't, one of those times, didn't want it in the airplane. It was just handy. So I took and popped a few caps out of them. They ran. So we took off running, and then I looked, and Pedro nearly shot off. They shot him on side the ankle, and he just blown out the other side. And it wasn't even hardly bleeding. It shocked him. So I took my T-shirt off, ripped it, and tied it best I could. But yeah, still bullets. I shot the top of my toe. Yeah, I shot it across my head and my kneecap. Because I was just it was very painful later on. Right at that time, I didn't. It was just hot. There's a bullet still in a piece of side slug. So we went on up the mountain through the cactus and running. Just going, I want to go down. No, we're all easy way. Let's go. This young fella. We came to an old donkey. She must have been 30 years old. Long and way back. Long hair on. Charlotte. He petted the donkey and we jumped up. And we rode. Like an actual donkey? Donkey. There were donkeys all over. And yeah, he knew that village. And so we rode a mile, 2 of them. I don't know, nothing. And we came to a little man plowing a little horse and a little ox. Both of them spotted. The ox was yoked across their back this way, and he's plowing with a plow amongst them. Like one of these people clearing a piece of it. He had a little house there. And we went into the house, and his wife and his daughter, they put like cloth on my wound. On Pedro's, it was terrible. And they poured diesel to keep flies off. Covered diesel. Man left, and he was gone all day. Then about dark, he showed up with about 15 or 20 horses, and mules showed up looking fast. And the doctor said, I'm Dr. Benjamin Sosa, Red Cross. And he worked on Pedro. He gave us a shot for morphine and tetanus shots. And he said, to get to hospital. He said, Pedro will die. Get to hospital. He said, they're looking. American pilot's been shot down. They think he's dead. There's a lot of blood in it. And so I don't know how far we rode, but we rode miles. And we come to a road, and there was a big truck loaded with corn in the ear. And they dug holes in that corn, put us in it, covered us up. And the road, every time we'd hear the dirt road, that corn would cover me up, scratch my face out again. And when I came to the highway, we went into the house, got me some clothes, messed up. And white basin, they must have 20 jugs different times. I kept washing my till all the blood got off of me and put on those clothes. And somebody went to, they said, you can't go north, you got to go south. So they found a taxi in Mazatlan. And it was a rather new taxi, and the fellow would take me to Guadalajara, which was, I don't know, 8 hours south. So we got in that taxi, and they brought me up with sheets and blankets, back seat, give me these great big white pain pills, and I was quite. Then I was shot down in Colombia. What can you tell that story? Sure can. All right, I went down to load on marijuana, and we got to the place, and we got there too early, and the guerrillas screamed, "You got to get out of here! You got to get out of here!" So we went back to the place where we staged from, and refueled a few these carried 3 times. And while I was waiting, I ate some lunch, and I went around behind the house. We refueled the plane up. I had to wait till late in the afternoon. They wanted me to come just at dark. Military planes couldn't see me on the strip. So I'm laying in a hammock asleep, and I hear this terrible. And I look right up at the trees and gas in of 2 military jets straight up. They do a dive over, and they came back down the strip in front of that airplane, and they just tear it up 50 caliber. They just shoot out. I just give that guy $80,000. He ran for the truck, and all the rest of them ran for the truck. I should have ran with my money, but I didn't. I ran for the. And the co-pilot got in and out. He got in with me, and two fellows got in the back. We had drums of fuel. We got down to the gorillas, so we took off. And I couldn't get the gear up because I'd taken off in such a hurry. They some DC-3 flags on them. You have to take them up so that the plane won't come up. So these jets swarmed on me, and they tried to get me to go. They kept telling me which way to go. The pilot just right over. I just held up the old 50 piece. I didn't think they'd shoot. I really did. Nobody had shot before. So I kept flying out, and I kept getting slow. They kept slowing down, and black smoke. Then they started shooting up on 20 millimeter cannons, and then the tracers just going up. They back up from you. I pushed the nose over, so they couldn't get under me. Later on, I heard they thought I tried to ram them. So one of them went for fuel, and I kept on going, and one just tore the left wing tip up, 50 caliber. Then he come back again and shot tail up. He's warning me. I tell the fellow in there, says, bring me enough water. I believe I can fly this. My mouth got quite dry. So I went. I landed on a big pasture, and it was huge pasture, and it was rougher than it looked. Just flapped, and I come to a stop and jumped out, tabs out, threw them on the ground so I could get my gear up. And I understand that during the 1980 World Series baseball game, it was just American DC-3 had just been shot down by American jets, back on jets. It's the first plane shot down on Reagan's New War. He's up and away, ladies and gentlemen. Posted. I took off again, and I went into a thunderstorm, and they came close to the mountains. So I spiraled up, and every time I'd come out, that jet was there. And I dove back into that storm, and there at 20,000 feet, I started icing. I went out one last time, and he had me on radar. So I went back in, and I kicked it over, put it into a spin, straight down to 2,000 feet, come out under it, and I was flying along the Riviera River, and there was 20 feet above, like a pasture, just grass, and I made several runs to tear the grass down, and then it fell. That old DC-3 weighs 30,000 pounds. I put it down on the fifth run. I said, all right. And that's
so you flew like close at the time.
I put the wheels down.
Oh, you put the wheels down without landing.
Just don't make it
wear down the air. Okay. So you're being tracked. Yeah, he's trying to was it before that? I'm just like retelling the story how insane. Trying to shoot down. There's a thunderstorm you're escaping into, and then you do a spin down to 2,000 feet, whatever you said, like somehow escaping all of this. And then you try to land a pasture, a giant heavy plane that carries 3 tons, by touching down 5 or 6 times to make a landing trick for yourself.
Yeah, grass is really high. So I get really good after a few times. But then just stop. I said, now take your feet off the brake. I don't have my feet on the brakes. Well, I knew I had. And I put full power. It didn't. That old big plane just come on down, and it just did a head. As it came to a stop, it did a headstand. 90 degrees to the ground. And the engine held it up, and the nose and all just crushed in right on it between the two seats. And when it comes to a stop, all that fuel was pouring out on hot engines, and there's the escape hatch. I just stepped out, took my suitcase with me.
And it was a fire?
No fire. Well, I left it there, and the 2 guys back on broke his thumb, and they was barrel. They had to put a hose, tie gas hose together to shimmy down and get out. So
that's an incredible story.
Well, let me just tell you, I look forward to it. I learned to fly with the idea of being a missionary aviation pilot and fly the missionaries in the jungle. Well, I went 11 days through that jungle. The rest of them went on down the road and got to prison. I said, I'll crawl on my belly 6 months here, eating snakes before I'm going down the road. So I went there, and I was 11 days in the jungle, and I finally came to this place, and it had airplanes. I kept asking the Indians, "I'm just happy. I want to steal an airplane, get out of there." And when I came to the place, I asked, "What is this place? A lovely place. It looked like Honolulu in World War II." On the way there, he said, "You don't know. This is Loma Linda, headquarters for missionary aviation." Yeah. And they flew me out.
You escaped prison 5 times. So what stands out to you as difficult, miraculous escape bunch?
The most miraculous was when I was in the court in Spain. I think I was on the third floor, real high, and I ran across the court, handcuffed, kicked the window out. I looked down, and it was above the palm trees. I thought they might be a power line or something. I could grab it down. There was nothing, and there was a car parked, a station wagon on the.
You jumped out.
I jumped out and feet on top of that car, and it exploded in the street. Windshield went 3 or 4 cars. It looked like snow going up. I looked like Donald Duck, and handcuffs got out.
Kept running.
Yeah, I kept running. They ran me down, hit me in the back. I was dead. Hit me with the shotgun. And they brought me back. Ari was there, and he said, "Your husband's crazy." That was spectacular. I escaped back from security prison, and I cut out of there and got out. That was a miraculous escape. In Lubeck, Germany.
What was that escape like?
I was there, and it was under extradite me back to the United States, where I still had all these charges and 25 years special. And I was cleaning the lawyer's visiting room, and on it was bars that looked like piano notes or displays to make it pretty. I got a rope guy where they made boats in there, and I had 20 minutes. So I went in there and I wrapped it around, and I put it down till that side. And I put it on the other side, inside the prison yard with the soccer equipment. Yeah, but they were putting new windows on one side of the prison, and they had it scaffolded up to the floor. So there was a little recess there, and the guard towers every 100 feet or so. I mean, they were shooting cute. So I got behind that and climbed up to the bricks on the end of the scaffolding up and went. I lost my shirt, my clothes. I got all the skin off. I thought I'd die. And I was trying to go sideways like this, and finally I got it really took all the skin off. So I got up on that, and I have asthma. I just trying to catch my breath. Didn't bring my inhaler. So
with blood everywhere.
Oh, I was bloody, yeah. So I got down to the end, and on the end, the reason I did it, they was putting a new wall again, get around the prison to make it larger. And they had taken all the wire off of the sally port where they could join the two walls together, and I saw that one. There was a guard, half of like a dome sticking out of that brick building. There was a guard there with a gun. He killed him. I mean, he was surely trained. That's bad. So I lay up one foot above it, and I saw a guard and his wife come with a double umbrella down her lane. Here I am without a shirt on, and he had a little shed under that umbrella. She started. I hit the top of it. Guard tower, bam, both feet, and I jumped. I guess it's 3 more floors. I jumped. There was a pile of sand, like a cone, digging it. I hit that, and my feet bared up to the knees. I didn't fall, and I ran straight towards her so he couldn't shoot me. And then I went around some bushes and went downhill. And then I heard bam, 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 bam behind me, and I looked. That woman was in a big old car, and she was knocking down the parking meters behind me. She was trying to run over. And I ran behind a car, and she tore the fender off her car, trying and yelling, yak, in a terrible, evil-looking face that they screamed at me. Sirens going off in the prison. And there was a fence there, a wall, and I jumped up on it to jump over. It had the glass embedded, and I cut my hands and my arms all up getting over that. I hit the ground on the other side, and it was that book. Some farmer had dug it. I dug in there. Laurie had slipped me $200 in prison. I had that in my shoe and both my shoes in that muck. They got out of there. Really heck of it.
What was prison like? Germany or Australia? What were the darker moments?
The United States prisons are all places. Just nothing nice about them. There's guards
in LA,
and everyone up. It seemed like the East, I went to home and it was nicer. But on the West Coast, they were hatred there. They had really stupid people hired. Just incredible.
Hatred by the guard.
And the Indians, like, I speak Spanish, and I walked into the Spanish TV room. Senor, no, you can't come in. And I walked across to the black. Hey, get out of here. That boy, it was just like, man, I call you people, you know?
Yeah.
And so I walked down to the white people and said, show us your paper. You can't come in here until you show your paper. We don't let snitches and sexual stuff in here. So they have, so it's just like, man, I don't want to be here.
I mean, it sounds absurd, but you're saying like basic humanity is gone.
Completely in the guards. It's just like, come here, Reeves. And I walk up to him and get your foot out of my face. Sticks his chin out like me. His jaw.
Yeah.
Like, what in the world, man? I love people. It's just,
yeah, you got this joy. Yeah, the joy from nature. And it didn't seem like that broke you.
Not a bit.
How did you persevere?
I didn't even think I'd persevere, but I try to enjoy my life every day. I do. I ran every day. I told you, hey, why do you run so much? You help me suffer these foods. And I played a game of chess every day, almost a month. And I read 2 books. And I talk with people, storytellers, guys who come in and tell us another story. Tell us more you never told us before. And so it was just a lot of them have original voice. They picked their country music, and it was all right.
Red, Morgan Freeman's character in The Shawshank Redemption, does the following. These walls are funny. First you hate them, then you get used to them. Enough time passes, you depend on them. That's institutionalized. Is there truth to that?
100%. I didn't think of it, except whenever I was planning on escape.
In Shawshank Redemption, he spent so many years in prison that he almost didn't know what to do with himself once he left. Once he was a free man. You get so used to the system, the ritual, having to follow orders, even being treated poorly, all those kinds of things, and you become dependent on it.
Well, down in Australia, I spent the first little over a year in the shoot. It was like, did you see the movie, The Silence of the And he said, and I was one way. Whenever I thought I'm German, that's what they had a computer, but it didn't have a program. And so I just started writing these little stories of stuff I did in my life. I wrote one line, and I wrote a million words within looking at me. So it was after a year they let me out. It wasn't long before they put me in a place called self-care. And particularly, I was in what they call the lifers pod. There was 268 men in self-care there. And it was unbelievably good. That we were left alone. Basically, they were there for the guards. They had their shack. We had apartments. Apartments in the building. And 6 men to the unit. Joan door and the key to it. And a kitchen, dining room, freezer, refrigerator. And they allowed you $360 a week to buy groceries. And I cooked 16 years. And learned to cook. And the people and other people have their specialties. And so that was quite, it wasn't so like being in prison. It was somewhat living in it different. And I had some good fights. You don't get along with everybody. But then whenever I came back to the United States, I was laughing, talking, and when I got off the plane in LA, I had three marshals with me from Australia. I was slammed beside the wall. I mean, hard, put ankle bikes on and handcuffed so tight that, face forward, lands apart. Good gracious. Me 50 steps, turned me over to the marshals, and they took part of that off. That was true. There over my marijuana charge in 1977. I did 11 years for parole violation. Now they want me for parole violation, and they put me in down in Los Angeles. They put me in marshals, put me in there, and they put me in isolation. What in the world they got me in isolation for? Doing anything?
How long did you spend in isolation?
More than 6 months. So I, after 3 or 4 days, this little Judas window slide open, and a nice looking man in a suit. The hell, Reeves, I want to see what you look. I saw your National Geographic documentary, and it does me pleasure to keep you in isolation. He slammed the thing, and I couldn't get out of there. And by law, the U.S. Parole Commission is supposed to give you a hearing within 90 days. I already paid a lawyer $7,500, and he never picked up the phone. Somebody got to him.
Who's that somebody, you think?
Christopher Cannon name, and I got to him. He didn't do anything to get me. I got one 15-minute phone call, and I couldn't get out. So then after 6 months, they shipped me to put me on Con Air, double shackled and black box on my hands, and I went to Oklahoma. They let me out on the floor. I couldn't imagine. Then I could call after a couple of days, and they said there was a man here from Washington give you a parole here, and you only got here at 3:30. So he left. He said he'd be back next year. What? I've been in now over 6 months. So then there was a lovely little lady. She was case manager or something. She said, you can ask for parole record. I said, please do. She said, I'll send them an email, and the next day I got my parole. 90 days later, they sent me to Terminal Island in the place there with the invalid, I guess, as old as I am, 78 years old. They put in people in there dying in wheelchairs, legs off and arms off, cancer. So I was in there and I pushed the fellas around. And I went come out of the chow hall there, and I went to go to the right to get me a haircut. 2 Mexican guys there, walk between, like, take it out, right? You, and they slammed me, put me on the ground, handcuffed me, and put me in the shoe. I got out, man, back in the place, they treated me well. So I got in a little more trouble, and they put me back in the shoe, and I wouldn't come out. They had that virus was out killing people. So they killed 8 people in $8. So I mean, I wouldn't even come out to take a shower. I had a little trouble that I sink. I'd take a sock I had and scrub myself with it with soap, glass water over my head, and clean the floor up, put it in the toilet.
That was your time during the coronavirus pandemic.
I got out last April, right in the middle of it, and they were dying bad in there. So I was treated worse for that last year in America. 18 years ago.
And then you were free man at the end of that year.
Yeah, woman and the parole officers couldn't even come. They weren't working. They were just doing everything by video. They're not have a drink. The only thing was I couldn't even have a drink of wine. So after a year, I had to take psychiatric treatment every week. I had to go talk to the psychologist, and me and her got along. She was a good Christian woman. We just chatted and talked. And I think they said I had to pee in the bottle every week. And I said, I've been in 33 years. How many piss tests do you think I've had? Never been dirty. Only things y'all want to clean.
Before I talk to you about love, let me ask you a difficult question. You write in your book, I don't consider myself much of a criminal. I don't lie, cheat, or steal. I always take up for the underdog. Violence makes me sick. Yet, I know I'm an outlaw, and those that break the law must be punished. I think many people listening to this, or some people listening to this, see you as a criminal, as a bad man, increase the amount of suffering in this world. What do you have to say to them?
I would like to tell them that they have been indoctrinated by the spin, you politicians, and they don't know the truth of the situation. You say the truth, then let me know. Besides, something else is fault, and it's staggering. Truth is that I was a tobacco farmer, and tobacco kills 500,000 people a year in America, and 6 million have a debilitating disease because of it. Drugs, all drugs combined, kill between 10 and 15,000 people a year by overdose, and 60% of those are pharmaceutical. Now then, when I was a tobacco farmer, come sit on the front pew, Mr. Reeves. Come on up here, you gentlemen. You just joined the Masonic Lodge and you joined our church. You just come on and sit down with people. You grow 2 marijuana plants. Get out of here, you scumbag. Marijuana doesn't hurt anyone. It's just, that's the truth.
And so, in your career, you walk amidst violence, but you never participated in violence.
It just didn't happen around me. In prison, it did. I shook people up. They called me doc. I had dental floss. And one time I had to get a blade and try to keep them from my patient from getting again. I was just like if I shot at those people, I shot at them to keep them killing me. I certainly didn't mean to kill them. So like it's just some people are evil. They will kill you, hurt you, lie to you. I just don't do any of it. It makes you sick. You know, I was in the shoe for you. It's that time to stab, making blood getting out of you, killing you, save his life, drug him up there where the guards could see it. Stuff like that. I'm just not of that nature. People just evil. There's people born evil, I believe.
It is heartbreaking to hear that humanity is gone in prison in the United States. That's heartbreaking because that basic humanity is actually the light at the end of the tunnel. It's the thing that saves us. Opposed to when it's absent, it destroys.
The prisons are filled, absolutely filled, people that have some. Now, you see Tent City all the way up and down here. I guarantee you, every one of those people have problems, some degree. However little it is, they're a little bit off. Now, then you get a DEA agent that wants to make a name for himself, and then gets sell 2 grams of amphetamine to the other. He gets a conviction. And a young prosecutor, he gets a conviction. He wants to make a judge. And we got the judge, and I'm going to give $1 million. Hey, Gilbert, I'm going to give men $1 million years. Judge, you get fools like that in charge, you're going to fill prisons up with pitiful humanity. And those are the ones. And then the other is people over drugs. And drugs should be a health issue. You cannot police it enough. It's just they know like the only thing that overdoses is opioids and heroin. And if they can give it to them, it costs about $1 a day to get static is fixed. But they'll give it methadone, which is pharmaceutical, which is just as bad. Why? We tried it all. Portugal, England, and when they clean up, no more stolen cars. Why? Who wants to keep this farce going? They're just perpetuating it. Like, every little police place is getting all these suits and armor, machine guns. It's just like, it's such a spin. It's bad.
Do you think all drugs should be licensed?
I don't know about that, but they certainly should be controlled. If a person is an addict, he should be able to go down and get his fix. There's somebody there to help him with clean needle. Plastic orange juice is so much cheaper than prison, so much cheaper than stealing cars or prostitute having to. That's sad.
You've lived one heck of a life. Looking back, there's a lot of young people that listen to this, high school, college. What advice would you give them? How to have a successful career, how to have a good life, how to be a good man, woman.
To be a good man or woman, if I had it to do with, I'll just tell you what I'd have done. I would have paid attention and studied and did the best I could in school. Yes, and went as far as I could have. I would have liked to have been a doctor. I just didn't have the stickability or anybody to tell me, hey, go there, do that. And if you can do that at a very young age, start in the trade, learn to do something. It doesn't matter what it is. If you learn to do something, there is great demand. And I would say that in prison system should come in and you get a thief, young fans of thief, robber, and you say, all right, we need carpenters, we need plumbers, we need electricians. Send them to that trade. When you get an A plus at that, where you can go out and make you $30,000, you go home. And you mess around 10 years if you want to, or you can do this in. I think that's just for the. Anyway, I would say that they find somebody and you're true to them. Yeah, just be honest and true in your life.
You mean like relationships?
Relationships, yes. I mean, so many people, particularly our children, are from relationships where they don't know they're divorced, their father's death, they don't know who their daddy is, they just in foster homes, 500,000 children in foster homes. And we have our government inadvertently is encouraging people. My daughter is a doctor, and she delivered a couple years ago a baby from a 10-year-old child. That child, and she said, individuals, 4 generations, all of them on welfare. Now we got one. It reminds me of Elvis Presley's song, Indicator.
For an individual, learn a trade, become a craftsman, and find somebody to love. And
that's right. Have a family and stick with it. Surely you're going to get angry, get disappointed, you're going to get all kinds of stuff. Come back and make up.
Well, I did half of those things. Got the first one and working on the second one. So I appreciate the advice. Well, Mari, can you tell me the story about you?
Well, my parents every summer would go to the lake in Canada, and the place was called Turkey Point, which is on Lake Erie, and just have a nice summer holiday there, water skiing, swimming, sunbathing back in the 60s. And I was sitting on the pier with a few girlfriends and telling them my story, and then all of a sudden I looked up and I saw this figure in the distance coming onto the pier. Now we're all dressed in bathing suits, swimwear, we're swimming and this, that, and the other. And here he comes, dark trousers, in fact they were black, white shirt and a tie, and a straw kind of a Panama hat. And, so he stood out. And so I invited him to come and sit down. And so he continued to talk, and we just talked and talked and talked, and then later moved to the beach. And I think the next time I saw him, he was talking to another girl, and I thought, yeah, I know. I was okay, next. Well, 6 months later, I received a letter, and it's a letter from Roger. And then we start this lovely correspondence, and we just start writing. In those days, you just wrote everything. And then the next summer, he was coming up again. He was on his way to Alaska, and he says, I would like to come by and see you. And I said, I'll be in the same place that I met you last year. And so when he came up this time, for some reason, Roger reached for my hand, and I reached for his, and man, that was it. It was like love at first touch. It was just like a silence, and oh my gosh. And we didn't look at each other. It was just, oh my goodness, what happened here? And I was the type of person, I never wanted to get married, not way, way, way down there, never have any children. And I wanted to see the world first and then do all that. And
But that was it. That was
yeah,
love. Been
yeah,
together ever.
yeah.
Well, the thing is, the love that the two of you have for each other is they had to persevere quite a heck of a journey. So, how did Roger's drug smuggling change the nature of your love and your relationship?
Well, Lex, that remained steadfast. It endured, and since Roger's been home, I think we've rekindled the love that we had when we first met.
Yeah, what?
But I think my faith, um, my faith, my steadfast faith, and also the fact that Roger and I communicated. We wrote letters. He never complained. I know there were the children there. He never had mistreated me. I love this guy, and we had a lot of experience. Even
He's
though
charismatic.
yeah, and he was adventurous, and I, would you say that again? But yes, it was just. I know, I missed him physically, but we were just so strong in spirit, and to one another. Yeah.
Well, like, Roger, when you're a free man seeing Mari for the first time in person again.
I cried for 3 days. Every day I look at a picture of her, I came home and there she prepared a meal for me. And it was the old oak table that I redone, and the chairs, same one, and the green face mats, and the same china that we had, the same silverware. And it just all of it just brought back the same things on the wall. Just like unbelievable, after 35 years. She had all my clothes clean and my shoes shining. And I put the shoes on and I walked out and the strings on. The shirts all fit perfect and everything. So it was just wonderful. And just to see her, and then just to think about her picture of her 50th birthday or 60th birthday or 70th birthday. I wasn't there. And the picture of her and the children, it was heartbreaking. About the third day I thought, man, I got tears. Everything was just pulsating with life. It was unbelievable. It really was.
Is there, do you regret the drug smuggling that took you away from the woman you love?
Oh, yes. 100%. Just, I wouldn't have done it again. You don't think you're going to get caught. And it's just, no. It's just, I did it for money and I had everything in the world I wanted. So I did that.
So the adventure, I mean, it was one heck of an adventure for the two of you, both of you.
Yes.
Were you able to enjoy it, or was it always danger? Was it always something that threatened your relationship, your love, your family? Were you able to enjoy the adventure? We'll all die. Life is short, and to live that kind of adventure.
Well, whenever I did the first load, I got $10,000, and that was just about 2 years pay on the fire department take home. I put that home and
I put my hand over my mouth. I said,
shook it on the
Roger, I can't.
Oh my! What?
And Roger said, let's go have dinner. And so we went to the restaurant that we would go to, and he said, don't you dare look at the right hand side of the menu. Just order anything you want. And it was just, as we were in the restaurant, we were giddy about it. Yeah, I was giddy about it.
Were you afraid that, did you think about the fact that it's illegal and Roger could end up in prison?
Oh, yes.
Did you guys talk about it?
Well, I kind of thought I was bulletproof. They didn't catch you. I thought if they didn't catch you, you was all right. It was hard to get you. It's hard to catch you in the air.
Yeah.
You never thought to catch you in the air?
I didn't know. And told them 5 years later, shoot.
Right.
That's the problem. I didn't.
Did you guys ever talk about?
I asked Roger to walk away, and he says, I can't, Mario, just now, And then, of course, the amount of people that he began to support, family and the gifts and the deal. Yes, the deals. Yes, and then you always wanted to, what do you do with the money? So you want to, I guess you clean it up, or you want to invest in an enterprise or in a business. Well, it just doesn't work. They know the source of it, and they take it and run. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was very generous, extremely generous and benevolent.
And when I started, I would ask him. I looked at a lawyer, and a number of people in California at that time wanted to legalize back in 1973. I went to a lawyer and I said, Mr. Lawyer, put $100 on the table. What would they do if I called me bringing marijuana across the border? He said, do you have a criminal record? I said, I've never had a speeding ticket. Nothing. Not even a traffic ticket. He said, you work for the fire department? I said, yes, sir. He said, get probation. The worst you'll do is you'll get 1 year, you spend 4 months raking leaves on a military base. So my father died some years before, and her mother and baby sister came out. I took them down to Disneyland, and she said, what did you do? I said, I'm hauling pot, Mom. She said, how much you making? I said, making $40,000 any day I want to go. And she said, what do they do if they catch you? And I told her what the lawyer said. 4 months at the most, we're breaking. What do you think? She said, do you need a co-pilot, son?
Yeah. Money is money.
Yeah.
It's so your relationship persevered through some big challenges. Is there advice you can give about what makes for a successful relationship?
Oh, well, I think the initial igniting, meeting someone, that's the love. That's it. And that little fire just keeps burning and burning and burning. You can't put it out, no matter what. It's the love fire.
But it gets difficult.
It does.
It's funny, the love fire. So you're saying the love fire is all it takes to get through the difficult.
Well, no. That's a huge part of it. And also, I contribute my individual situation to in order to endure prison years is my faith.
Faith in God?
Yes. And friends who are unconditionally still love me no matter what. Yes.
So you had love around you.
I did. And my children, they, and that was the real purpose, to guide them and to love them and to help them become citizens.
What about you, Patrick? What advice would you give?
I just don't know how to do it. I do know that you have to work in a relationship. Her and I had problems. I mean, it really.
You guys get in fights?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
That would not laugh.
Yeah.
It's certainly so different.
We're the same, and yet we're so different. Yeah.
Like little stuff?
Yeah. And it might be big. I usually would throw.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I just feel Mary was always there. It was like my anchor. I was coming home. I was always coming home to the children. And you can see throughout my life, I'm working on getting there.
You afraid for life?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, there were times. Yeah. But, I had faith in him. He was an excellent pilot. For example, I always said, Roger, if the ship's going down, I'm jumping in the lifeboat with you because I know we're going to get to shore. You will save us. So I have that faith in him. I mean, he's a man, but yet he's the one you want to get into the lifeboat with.
But then there's Pablo Escobar, one of the dangerous injury, plus U.S. government.
Yep.
Very difficult to get away. In terms of your faith, how has your faith helped you be the woman you are in this relationship and seeing love the way you see it?
Well, I think my faith gives me hope. I have lots of hope. It helps me to dwell on the good side. You know, when I meet someone and there's negative, I try to see why they are like that or what's the source of all that, and I try to pull out the good. I really do. Not that I'm a goody goody, but that's what your faith does. You know, you see them as God sees us. You know,
How has he changed with you?
Roger,
Yeah.
he's still the same. Actually, I like him better now. He's a little calmer.
Yeah,
You know.
that's crazy.
Oh yes, and happy to be at home or say, Larry, I am so happy to be with you here in this condominium. I'm content because I used to call him my homing pigeon. You know, I just have to let him fly. I couldn't. You know, he has to fly, but he always came home.
Do you think about the end of this ride, our mortality? Do you think about your death?
I do. Particularly, I'm going to have a heart valve replacement in about 7 days, where I could not make it. It's a very serious operation, and I think about that very much. And I ask for peace. I just lost my brother about 10 days ago, so unexpectedly, and that really makes you think of your mortality.
Are you afraid?
Somewhat, and yet not. Yeah. I want to live, Lex. I want to live. You know?
Life is fun.
Yes.
Do you think about your death?
I have visions. I have visions in hell that are very, very clear, like what I have seen in the future. Scientists might call it wormholes. In the Old Testament, they call it prophets, but I see sometimes in the future around the corner, as clear as we're sitting right here.
What's that look like?
I was on a porch, and I believe I was in like Central American place. I was an old man with khaki pants and a white shirt, and it was a chair with a wide arms and straight, and there's like beams coming out above my head, and I'm on the porch.
Oh, good to you.
And I have out of body experiences also, and I came out I just floated out of my body and went into a veil, like into a mist, and I believe that's probably what happened.
You talk about like it's the past.
Your future is my future.
This is something he has seen, in the past. Yeah,
no, I know, but it's funny.
Yeah.
It
happened, and yet it will happen.
Yeah.
Both are true.
It's just unbelievable. And I don't know how many people have it. My body just where I could come up, set up on the radio. I used to be at work on the radio. I had them there.
I don't know what the heck is going on in this universe that's possible.
Well, I don't know. Certainly a phenomenon that happened. There's a guy, Bill Monroe, that book out of the body. He tells about it. And who's the guy that writes The Alchemist? Those things. Yeah, he has them also just like that. And he tells about how it happens to him. Might happen different. But you certainly can come out of your body.
Do you think the meaning of this life is maybe from your faith, but also from just the amazing adventure that you lived through? How do you make sense of why the heck we're here?
I don't know. It's just kind of like who you are. Even when I was a child, I was like different. And I just I don't know.
Could you put into words how you were different, or was it just
like my brother. I mean, kept his hands clean and his shoes shining. You're always barefooted catching a wild hog or wrestling a horse trying to get it down.
I saw pictures of you climbing a tree.
Yes. There's always something like that. I don't know. And I noticed that something about me is sometimes in prison there'd be a knife fight. And people, you see them rough guys that turn white. I just kind of almost like smile. I mean, they come at me. But it makes us still involved. I just prison involved.
You don't know what the heck the meaning is. Different than the others. And maybe, well, maybe the whole point is when I realize you let that madness flourish, that uniqueness flourish. That's the whole point of life. We're all different, like very interesting little ways.
Yeah.
And the more different you are, you want to let that come. You let it be. It's
like a garden. All
like
the
a
different.
garden. You did mention you weren't sure if it's free will or not. Do you think it's all predetermined? Or do you think we make up choices?
Make our decisions. I just said it. I hope that. But I know.
Yes, I agree.
I know we're spirits that are living in this flesh. That's without a shadow of doubt. If you walk out of your body and have out of body experience, you
The body separates.
The spirit lives on eternally with no beginning and no end. That's hard to fathom. Yeah, this is a shell to contain that spirit. This is the way we work on Earth. But yeah, I know I'm an eternal being. So are you.
Do you think there's a why to it? Do you think there's a meaning to this life?
Well, I think the why is beyond my capability of understanding. It's one greater than me. I don't understand it, but it's awesome. I just know that it's awesome. And one day we will know the answer. Once we get to that cross over to the other side, I think we will understand clearly. It says, now we see through a glass darkly, but then when we are face to face, God will understand.
Until we know, let's just enjoy beautiful life.
Yes.
All we got.
And we're meant.
And that was my deal. I love everybody, everything. I do. And I'm sorry if I put a stone in anybody's way. I wouldn't want to. But these are these things that I just think about. Oh, what a hypocritical world we live in, though. Like, most anybody, if I do this, okay, he's a drug dealer. And I would see most of them because they do it. That's a cardinal sin. And yet they move those rocks at me from marijuana or cocaine across the road. It's just if you saw the two different things, like, what a terrible difference it is. That's society. Yeah.
You mentioned that daughter Miriam wrote you a poem. Do you mind reading it?
I'd be glad to. I was doing 11 years up in Lombard Penitentiary, maximum security prison violation for possession of marijuana in 1977. They should have given me 6 months, but they gave me 11 years because of what they call silent B. Anyhow, while I was in that dungeon, I received a daughter, Miriam, called Daddy's Poem. A year ago, I became a poet, and I wrote your birthday prose, and here I am today ready to give it a first. I would like to wish you a very happy birthday to be, and to thank you so very much. Without you, I'd be me. Secondly, I want to say that your support has been immense. It has been true, honest, free of pretense. Thirdly, it goes without saying, love has surpassed all my wrongs, and you always made me smile. One of your country sons. I can remember on Fairville, Daddy, you hold me in your arms as you sang Jim Reeves songs and talked about the farm. I can see you walking through the door. One of your travels far and wide. The thought of you coming, Daddy, kept between your eyes. I can smell you Sunday. Finally, you talk to me again about pictures. I can see me admiriously, one of your airplanes extraordinaire, and wondering to myself why there wasn't a available chair. I remember having to be worrying that you wouldn't be there, but you would pop up from behind some counter, give us all a happy scare. You gave us presents in Key Biscayne, and hotels and 3 dozen roses we came through the airport door. I can see your face in Amsterdam with the luggage carousel, and you look like a boy secret that you're just dying to tell. You taught me mathematics in the sands of faraway places. He taught me to sail, Tracy, climbed glaciers in Argentina, saw the beautiful caves, and witnessed the majestic beauty of such a jaggling maze. I learned how to change gears on the dirt roads of Brazil. We ate hot dogs in Paraguay. Memory, we smile over sticks. We talked about lions, elephants, and bears on a hacienda in Uruguay. Decided it was better to Uruguay than fly. The old world and all its luxury. What a good time it was. From South America to the cosmopolitan. The European genre, well, it is considered a book in itself. It's a story about beauty, knowledge, suspense, and worldly. Or from Holland to Sweden, France to Spain. I promise you I would definitely do it all again. I'll see the world with you anytime, sir. And no doubt in my mind, because being by your side, Daddy, always ensures time. So I passed the return back in the U.S. The life here isn't too bad. I'm content to stay. I'm happy to be near you, although I'm not as close as before. Because of your love and encouragement, I've been able to open new doors. I'm grateful to be in school. I'm generally happy where I am. I even like when you call and tell me to study for the next exam. What a life you've given me, Daddy. It's a tremendous, magical gift. You already have so many stories to tell, far too many to tell. But I want to thank you again this day for the very big happy birthday to you. To tell you just a few more things that I know in my heart to be true. I love you, Daddy. All of your wrongs and your rights. That you're ahead of our family. Kept us all bound tight. That you have a honest love in your heart for God and all mankind. And you truly do believe in yourself when you say it will all be fine. I know you'll be there to catch me if ever I waver or slip. I know I'd want you as captain on any sinking ship. I also know a new chapter is written. It's almost time to move on. It's time to sail another sea into a brand new dawn. It'd be good to see you at the helm as you point out our destination. The laugh and dance on the upper deck while the boat glides through. It'd be good to see you go, as I know you like to be, and to know you can open any door, any key. But while we revel in our days together, no better than to hurt. Because as you told me many times, life is an incredible journey. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Roger, I'm really honored that you would take the time to visit me in Texas and talk with me. Thank you so much, Roger.
Thank
Thanks so
you.
much, Ryan.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Been a real pleasure.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Roger Reeves. Thank you to Noom, Allform, RCPM, Four Sigmatic, and 8 Sleep. Check them out in the description. Now, leave you with the words of Pablo Escobar. All empires are created in blood and fire. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Taking the story forward, the month leading up to the assassination, what do you understand? Why he was assassinated? Who were the players involved? Maybe could you have stopped it?
Well, I tell you, after I saw Higgins' face on the television saying we have the phone line, it was Barry. I hadn't heard from him in a couple of years. He said, I'm coming out tonight. You know, so he came out. He said, I'll meet you in this French restaurant, Santa Barbara. And I walked in, there's about 20 or 30 people. They was all 40 years old, women, plastic or leather skirts, and me in the blue jeans. And I looked around, and Barry was at the back. He leaned up, he gained weight. And I walked up, and I said, Barry, you wired? He said, no. I said, well, I'm not going to talk. But these DEA agents, he said, every one of them. So, with being scared, I like it. I said, well, Barry, I'm going to sit here and you just talk to me, but tell me. And he sat there and he told me about that he was left up in the bag. And that, what do you mean by that? Like, that nobody's supported him. Nobody none of it. He was, and I don't know this. I mean, this is just what happened. So we did that's some CIA just it was pretending we're going to fly Oliver North with arms. And with that, you can land cocaine here by the ton. So he's taking his little planes and AK-47, maybe, and whatever, and takes it down to the Contras against the Communist Party of Nicaragua, where we've been landed. And Oliver North was in. So, when all that, and so his CIA was involved when they were. And Barry had been in the CIA. He first got it. So, when as I say, the shit hit the fan, they all fled and left Barry holding in the bag. The CIA and the DEA. Yeah. DEA, the CIA. That cocaine, bringing it in. And just to clarify, what's Iran-Contra scandal? What was the alleged involvement of the CIA using drug trade to fund things? What do you know? What do you think is true? Should you know? Well, I know it's true. That Barry was taking a small amount of arms back to Central America and giving them to Oliver North. Oliver North was a colonel who got implemented in nowhere for the gun now. And so they said, all right, we're getting the guns from Iraq. And we're taking cocaine to pay for it. And since Congress won't give us money to fight this war, we're going to circumvent it. So that was a whole thing. So it was CIA's effort to circumvent the funding mechanism of government by selling drugs. Yes, but it was a renegade CIA agent. It was Barry's friend. It was making a load money, tons of it come up. If you would like to read the big white lie, the CIA and the crack cocaine epidemic. The CIA, according to this, can find, I didn't know his name the time I talked, wrote that, and he was in CIA, they had DEA, it exposed this, and the CIA tried to kill him. And he says they put crack cocaine, they developed their chemistry developed crack, and they put it in every country, every city in the United States. So they were bringing it up by the tons, and that's for sure. Barry was bringing it. Can I ask you a small tangent question? Do you think the public should trust the CIA, the DEA? Do you think they're mostly good people that are carrying out a good mission? Because this kind of makes it sound like there's renegade agents that just the hell they want, and sometimes no regard for life. True, but that's not it. That's just sometimes you get a few policemen that do these things. I believe that it's good. I think we got some folks running it. I don't know how we get them. I don't think I know. Okay, so what Barry's involvement here? So Barry leaned back in that chair and he told me, he got caught 1.5 tons. He belted it in the runway in Nicaragua and had cameras flashing inside and out. He flew back to Homestead with the agent there, and he brought the agent over. Jake Jacobson, really nice fellow. I think he was a cop doctor. And we'd have got along with him on the right side. And so we sat there and drank Chevy Street. I got pie-eyed, and Barry told me, he said that he went to see Ed. He got out on bail. We cleared jet up to Washington. And then to see the Attorney General. They run him out of the office. Next day he went back and said, I have absolutely that the CIA is bringing tons of cocaine or they're running sons of cocaine into the United States. And Edward Beast put him with Jacobs. And they went down and got 1.5 tons back. They bellied it in. Pablo Escobar, some of the other generals there in Nicaragua, you can see them toting it from one plane to the other. And the big, kings of cocaine got mentioned to me too. And also the other, as I mentioned, Salami Mobile, DEA.
So who wanted to get rid of Barry? Is it who wanted to get rid of Barry more, the cartels or the CIA?
The cartel. But so Barry leaned back and he told me the story. And the tears came down between his hands over his eyes. And he said, I couldn't do it, Roger. I just couldn't. So I told him everything to Congress, and I testified to Congress. He testified to Congress. These things done. He said, I told him all about you. You're under my umbrella. You got to testify with me. Grand jury in Miami. And so the guy said, you can come down. DEA agent said, you can come down tomorrow with me, first class, or I'll take you down in chains. And you don't testify with me. The only place you'll ever see your family again is in a federal prison business.
Was that a difficult conversation?
Oh, my gut was just like ice water. I can't testify against my friends. I just can't do it. How am I going to do it? I just can't work with people. He was honest with me. How am I going to testify against? I can't spend the rest of my life in prison. Earth, man, got me in. So,
is that a kind of betrayal there?
Yes, but still, I wish he let me out of it. I understand him getting in such a mess that he told, because if the CIA and everybody else behind him betrayed him, and he did everything. So I said, all right, I'll be in Miami. All right, first class. And I went to a lawyer, biggest lawyers in Miami. Man, I am a mess. This fellow told everything, and I've got to say something. But I'm not a snitch, man. I mean, what can I do? He said, well, being a snitch is like being free. You either are or you're not. And he says, I don't represent snitches, but if you want to fight this case, I'll do it for $600,000. And I wore my face turned red. Well, I'm not a snitch. What you talking? You go say one thing, sign that paper. You don't get everything you know. They will convict you of everything you've ever done. You can't do it. So I said, Barry, I'm having trouble with a lawyer. Give it to I'll do it tomorrow. All right, use my lawyer. He gave me his card. So Barry and I went to the festival restaurant that night. Barry and Debbie came in. Barry was not finished, so we had just worked together. And I said, Barry's going to kill you. He said, no, he ain't going to kill me. So let's just go on. Listen, Barry, they're going to kill you. You can't deny it. And I didn't tell him I wanted to testify, so I hugged his neck. We fled to Brazil, took my pregnant children to Brazil.
He decided there,
I knew. I didn't know what I could do. I could talk to a lawyer. I didn't know what I could do. Just in Miami, he told me I had to go.
he went to Brazil. Did you have a conversation with anybody at the cartel? That's such an interesting moment that tests a man's character. To not snitch. And did you have a conversation with anybody?
No.
Pablo about it? Like, it's just understood.
I just couldn't do it.
But how many men like you are there?
Not many. I had all my friends testified against me. I had 11 friends, and every one of them, Roger did it. And I was facing life, continuing criminal enterprise.
Still, you couldn't. Did you ever get respect, cartel, that the
people in the time I got back, they all money in my hand. So,
that's about money. I just mean about.
Oh, I think so. I've been back down there. I've been. I have my contact, and when I was in Brazil, I was trying to get this money, $2.5 million. Called up, and he was going to pay me. Oh, I got $600,000 a day, and I'll get you some more tomorrow. Then the next week I called, hey, got great news. Barry Seals killed. So, no, when I went back to the hotel, we was up in part of Brazil, and yeah, and so I went back and I told Mari and Miriam, and they cried, and I cried. I really cried.
How's that?
Well, now, in case you can hear them,
Do you know?
yes, I'll tell you about that story. On the first load I did, I landed in a banana plantation, and it was raining. It was a muddy strip of clay. They put 300 kilos of cocaine in it. Oh, this man, you couldn't hang without. Got in there with a back tent, and he would make sure I took. So
This is many years.
yeah, couple years. So anyway, we took off, and the mud got up in the wheel well. So stick until the wheels come up. I'm going 200 miles an hour instead of 300 miles an hour. Wheel coming up. Now I can't go back there. If I do, I'm in the same situation. Sun dries it out in a few days. And so, but I had a runway that had been used for $10,000 used to refuel. So I told the guy, listen, we got to land in. No, back 10 minutes. I'll shoot you. I said, go ahead. You can die too.
Yeah.
Who's in the truck? So
He wasn't just ugly. He was also.
he was a bad killer. And so he's the one that actually killed Barry. The one that went up on the first loop. And now, though, he's doing
So
life,
he's just a killer.
doing life.
I wonder who is it known who made that decision?
The younger children understand Fabio. The one paid for the hit. I don't know that, but that's what I've heard. It probably sounds about right. He's down in Jessup, Georgia. Long time. He's about to get out. He's been in 30 years ago. My bedroom. Incarnation. Every person in the Association, come back and Nebraska.
How did you finally get?
I resigned.
Let's talk about that. I resigned. Warning sign. There's yet another crossroads.
Yes. Okay.
What was the calculation? What was the choice?
To give a little background, it was 1988, and I thought they would my time in the U.S. would soon end because I thought 12 years it was already past 10 years. There was no indication that they indicated that they said we're done, you're done. But in December of 1988, I got this one thing that I never wanted to see. So we had a system of signals that either one of those diplomat agents could set at a spot that I could pass by every day, or I could set where they would pass by, like on their way from where they lived to the United Nations plants, just drive. So, and mine was my signal spot for me was on a port beam for the elevated A train and Queen. And it was morning in December that I walked by there and seen me look at it, and I never expected anything. And red dot was about the size of my fist, red paint. And since you have done it already, I think I can curse it moment because the only way I can really indicate how I felt is, oh shit, because that was the danger signal. It was like, you are in severe danger of, you need to get out of the country as soon as possible. There was a protocol that I was supposed to follow. I wasn't even supposed to go home. I just was supposed to get my reserve documents that I had hidden in a park in Bronx and make a beeline to the Canadian border. I wasn't ready. So I just ignored this thing. I mean, I couldn't ignore it, but I went on to work. Got on the A train, went to work, and then went to my cubicle and stared at the computer screen all day because I couldn't think. I could think only about what to do. The reason for this indecisiveness was that I was a father at the time. My little girl, by the name of Chelsea, was 18 months old, and I was there when she was born. I took her to tour the home. I watched her grow up. I watched her take the first steps, and always look at me with these big eyes, lovingly look at me. And that is when I started my re-entry into the human race, because I just fell in love with the girl. And when love came back, and it was completely unexpected, and a lot of fathers who understand, particularly fathers of girls who understand what happened. I thought I needed to go back because, there was probably some danger, but I hadn't figured out how to take care of the girl. I'd leave her, but, maybe she needs to have a good life and grow up and have a chance. And her mother, she was in South America. She had a 4th grade education. That would not work very well. So I played for time. I could be sick. I couldn't, I could be in a hospital. There was a precedent where I was sick, where I couldn't communicate for about 3 weeks. So I just did nothing. That was on a Monday. On a Thursday was my regular shortwave transmission. I listened and explained a little in a few sentences. We have reason to believe that the FBI is on your case. You need to execute the emergency procedure. Come home right away. I still had some time because the radio could be broken or the transmission was bad, or it still could be in a hospital, right? So I gave myself some more time, and then something happened where they forced my hand. It's the only time that a Soviet agent was anywhere near me on the territory of the United States. So I'm waiting for the A train on a dark morning, Queens, and the short man in a black trench coat comes up to me from my right, and he whispers into my ears, "You gotta come back, or else you're dead." I can't imitate the Russian accent. It was a Russian accent, so now, and it was a pretty strong accent. The "you're dead" phrase can have 2 meanings, and an American would have said, "Or else you're busted," or else you get arrested, or else you're dead is very strong. So now you have to take it seriously to some degree, because I knew that they had a history of assassinating, or at least trying to assassinate defectors. So that obviously raised the stakes. But I just told myself believing this was bad phrasing. And but at the point, I knew and they knew that we both knew, right? So there was no more guessing. He found me, he talked to me, I know. So now I had the next radiogram, I would ask for to execute a dead drop operation, but they would give me money and passport. There was in a park on Staten Island, location that I found and I described, and with praise for my ability to find spots that are easy to find. So that was a given. So, and the only thing that was different with this operation, they scheduled for the dark. All right. So, but it was still was in a park and a couple of about 100 yards in by next to a fallen tree. It would be hard to miss. So I go to Staten Island. I read the signal that said I put the container in the drop. That was the protocol. There's a signal that the person hands over something, puts at a spot or from the spot itself. That means I would go in and pick it up. The reason I actually went to pick up this container because there was money in it. So I didn't have to make a decision yet. Okay, I could throw away the passport. It was like I was still trying to figure out what to do. I get to the spot. I get to the tree. I had a fight with the park. There was no way. Even during the day, there was not. It was more almost like. And I don't see the container. It was supposed to be a crushed oil can. Pretty sizable, not hard to miss. And I do a double take, and I look again, and I look around a little more, see if they misplaced it. Can't find it. It's the only one that one of those operations failed. And that just doesn't make a lot of sense. So as I'm walking away from this, like sort of numb emotionally, I said to myself, I'm staying. Yeah, that decision kind of signals, kind of, muse. That decision was made for me. Now, you know that I'm a Christian now, and I think it was like, but it was right there. That was it. That was it. And so what I did well, first of all, divine intervention helped me to find a good explanation. My last letter, secret writing, I communicated to them. I said I wish I could come, but I can't because I contracted HIV/AIDS. That was the best lie ever because nobody wanted to have AIDS in their country. Those days were less than. And I knew by having conversations when I was snickering what's going on in the United States, that depraved culture, and you see with that they're killing each other. And the depraved culture for being and yes. All your no, and I was convincing enough. I traced it back to a girlfriend that once actually worked on. I interacted with this lady who had a boyfriend at one point who was a drug addict, and she was infected, and she infected me. So they believed it. They sent. I asked them to give my dollar savings to my German family. They gave them some, but they told my family that I already passed away, that I'm dead. They believed it, 100%. And I guess the agent took the money, took half of it for himself. So that was it. And the next 3 months, I made sure that I wasn't reliably at the same spot in the same time frame. So I went to work in different paths at different times. Just a safety net, so to speak, and not huge, but it allowed me to keep my sanity. And obviously after I sent the letter, I threw the shortwave radio, Hudson River, destroyed the one-time pass that I still had. So I was now ready to for new life and live out my life as an American, undiscovered, but starting to work on my version of the American dream. And the first action was I was telling my wife, mother of the child, she always wanted to have a house. you know what? We should buy a house. And a year later, we moved into the suburb. And then I said we should have another child. We had another child. So, and I had a career. I did pretty well. I a couple of times wound up in a McMansion. But before that, my second house was actually in Pennsylvania. This is where I was discovered by the FBI. And how did they know about me? If it hadn't been for the specter, Vasily Mitrokin, who was an archivist in the KGB archives, he was actually pretty high level. He was in charge of the relocation of the archive from New Yanka to Vasanovo. And he really hated he had reason to believe he hated the Soviet system. I think I remember that his son was quite ill and he could have gotten treatment in England. Not allowed to travel to England with his son. So he, his hatred, he tried to figure out what to do and how to do damage to that system. So he started copying little slips of paper, handwritten, that he smuggled out his underwear stock over the years. And he transcribed them typewriter and the paper kind of a container and buried this nostalgia. That was, I believe, 1992 when he showed up. That was already Union was gone. He showed up at the embassy in Moscow and told him what he had. It was on a weekend, and apparently the junior person in charge of it. You guys, we're not in people. That's a career-limiting move, right? Because Vasily Mitrokin then made his way to one of the Baltic republics and contacted MI6, and they said, "I want to know, have a cup of tea." And so they managed to get this stuff out of the Dacha and get it to England. Eventually, my MI6 FBI, there was a whole lot of information, very little. Like there's a name of Jack Barsky, who is an illegal operating in the Northeast United States. Found he was fine. So they checked Social Security. Jack Barsky was gotten the Social Security card at the age of 33. Bingo. Okay. All they knew though was that I was illegal, that I was still living there. They didn't know whether I was active, inactive. And the other thing that they knew, I was really, really still there, right? They took, I think, almost 3 years to investigate me, watch me, because if I was still active, I would have found out that somebody investigating me.
So you started.
I stopped completely.
What I mean is.
Surveillance detection mode?
Yes, surveillance detection.
After 3 months, I stopped. Yeah, good point.
And FBI is very careful.
They were very careful. They pretty much watched me, and then at one point, I'm in a house in the country, my neighbor, that house sales, the FBI bought it. They keep a closer eye on me. There was no indication that I was still active, but they were still cautious. And but at one point they were able to plant a bug in my kitchen listening device, and my wife and I get along very well, but there was a lot of friction. He would constantly complain about things, and I got sick and tired of it. And one day we had an argument, and I chose to deploy the nuclear option. And that is telling her what I sacrificed to be with her, so she would understand that I am there on her side, I'm supporting her. Something doesn't quite fit. It's not because I don't love Chelsea and Penelope. So when I said that, the device was active. The FBI was hearing. I was once a KGB agent, blah, 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 and I quit because then stayed here because of the and that also made it clear to the FBI that I wasn't active. They had both. So now they knew an attempt to turn me would have been useless because you turned somebody who's active. But they figured there was enough reason to treat me nicely because they figured I had a lot of information. Was as Asian was so important for the FBI to get to know. So one day was a Friday evening, I driving back home from it, being stopped by a state police as I'm going through the toll, the bridge over the Hudson, and you had to pay a toll. And he waved me, he got me right where I stopped. He said, "Could you please over here, traffic stop?" I thought nothing of it. I had forgotten it. Once it was by, and it's gone. And then he said, "Please step out of the car." That should have right traffic stop. Yeah, I did. And then again, somebody came right came my view, and he ID and I said, "FBI, we would like to have a talk with you." Now, this is my now friend Joe Riley, who actually is the godfather of Trinity, my last child. But anyway, he told me later that when I heard that phrase, all the blood left my face. It became totally white. But I recovered very quickly, and he said it himself. So they took me to a vehicle, and there was another agent in the vehicle, and he had a gun strapped to his ankle, so it was pretty real. The first question I had is, so am I under arrest? The answer was no. And then my instinct kicked in, and my ability to operate very well under high pressure situations. And I asked him, what took you so long? The intent of that was to defuse any kind of tension. And I saw a smile. Yeah, well, I knew that I had to make them like me. And I think by now I know I'm a pretty likable person. So and when they took me to a motel, they had rented wings at a right angle. They bought all the rooms in one wing. They had a guard at each end of that wing, and they took me in the middle. And there were some props there, binders with labels, and I immediately thought, because what I noticed that the labels all referred back to my early years. I knew that they didn't know much else. So I told Joe that it was not a great idea. But anyway, but I volunteered. I made the following statement before we started the interview. I said, I know that at my family, I have a chance to get through here without much damages if I'm completely 100% cooperative, and it's my intent to do exactly that. All right, so spend about 2 hours at the end. They allowed me to call my wife, tell her that I'm going to be late. That indicated that they would let me go. And after but they had the area covered with a whole bunch of people. And the head of that team talked to me and said, if you think of running, we got every intersection in this area covered. You can't. I didn't say anything, but I had no thought of running. Oh, and that was the beginning of another phase of my life. The FBI for quite a while and living undercover for years until I had documentation and became an American 7 years ago. Yeah, quite recent. The bureaucracy took a long time to figure out how to make me real and also not be in these witness protection programs. Keep my name and then make everything like official. For instance, I had to change my birth year simply because Jack Rothschild was born in 1944. If I kept 1944, the FBI would have helped me commit a crime because I collected Social Security 4 years sooner. So anyway, yes, it took quite a while, and when I finally got the call from the office, the Homeland Security, the lady says, "This is Agent so and so, Homeland Security. Can you come into the office tomorrow?" And I said, "Let me look at my calendar." And then I said, "Wait a minute, what am I talking about? What time do you want me to be there?" Because I had waited for that moment for a long time, and I was sworn in right then and there. It was a good feeling to walk out of it because I had a country again, and I love this country just as much as you said you love it, with all its warts and problems that we're going through now. And then the last thing that changed my life again, I don't want to get into details because it's a complicated story. I never wanted to be a public person. And then I was discovered a number of thoughts that were unlikely to be connected. It had to do with a relative, with the half brother of my wife, who lives in Germany, was taken to Germany by his mother, came to visit somebody, not us, but that somebody that he came to visit lived 50 miles from our house. And that my wife and this half brother never met in person. They knew about each other through social media. And when he found out my background, he was a conductor of the German Railway at the time. He said, "Oh, story, that's going to be big." He happened to know this one person who happened to know one of the star reporters of Der Spiegel. And after she did some research and determined that I was real, she was on my case. And she happened to know Steve Croft, the guy from 60 Minutes. All these connections have nothing to do with it.
How life works. That's
Yes.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Most of us,
Stuff happens.
you get lucky.
Don't know
You've been
what
lucky a
happens.
few times.
Yeah, I think I'm quite Irish too. Yeah, so it's been a ride. I'm still shaking my head about all this.
Let's go to your story. I see life of the Legion, KGB Pride America, and you have some pockets that are people should definitely call the agent. You document your time as a KGB spy before, during, and after. Can you tell the story first were contacted by the KGB, how you were invited, offered to join.
Well, it was a big surprise, and I never thought of myself as a potential agent. You know, I was going to be a tenured professor and join the ruling elite because in Europe, the professors are few, not like in the United States. You know, anybody who teaches colleges has a title of professor.
You know,
It's true. That's not a criticism. It's just not a
we should also clarify that any professor not, it is a very prestigious position throughout history of Europe. I would say, especially communist. I don't know if you know the full landscape of the respect, but at least in the Soviet Union, where I grew up, it's prestigious position.
It absolutely was. And the town of Jena had about 100,000 people there. And I would, it's a wild guess, but maybe 30 tenured professors, and they were part of the ruling elite. I was trying to do as much as I can to live the life, right? Have access to nice.
Yeah, but I think the powerful thing about being a professor in that context, East Germany, is the prestige.
And the feeling of superiority. You know, I was full of myself. You know, when you are the best of the best. And in my third year I received a scholarship, the Karl Marx scholarship, that was limited to 100 concurrent recipients in the country. Oh my God! No, I was full of myself. I believed in myself, my stinker, and I was also I got a lot of accolades from teachers, fellow students.
They were feeding the ego, the old. I mean,
Yeah,
you have to believe in yourself often when you're young,
right.
to yourself, and you sure as heck did.
But you know, as a balance, you need a mentor, somebody who puts things in perspective. And I didn't have one. My father was a non-entity, and nobody else. They all looked up to me. I was an up-and-coming guy, right?
There's no father figure that put you in place.
Not at all. And I give you one extreme example. It was down the road when I fathered a child out of wedlock. That was in my 5th year, I believe. The Communist Party in Germany was very moralistic. If you did that, they would have a talk with you and give you whatever severe reprimand. Nobody mentioned a word about it. So yeah, so this is how this ego gets nurtured. But anyway, back to how the KGB came in contact. So they most likely got knowledge of me by looking at Stasi record. Stasi,
What's Stasi?
oh, that was East German secret police, Staatssicherheit, security for the state.
There's that word security again.
And they pretty much kept a record on everybody in the country. And so when you look through this, and this is what the KGB was looking for. They were looking for candidates, particularly for this kind of job that they had in mind for me, candidates who are not, in their mid-20s, who were not fully developed yet, but mature enough to get there, and still young enough, right?
Because at that level of maturity, you can test whether they can handle this kind of.
Yes, absolutely right. So, and one day I got a knock on my door, in my dorm room door on a Saturday, and they knew that I was by myself. They know. We had I pieced it together. We had a exchange student from the Soviet Union, and he was next door to me, and he befriended me, so he got to know me a little. And the pattern was that my roommate always home for the weekend, and of course they also knew which door to knock on, so there were no names, right? So when he knocks, and I knew it was a stranger because if it had been the pattern was that we would knock on the door and then go in. We would wait for somebody to let us in. seconds, and he didn't come in. I knew there was a stranger. I said, "Come on in." And in came a person who flew in German. So that was not a KGB guy. That was a collaborator. And so he started making a bunch of small talk. He introduced himself as a representative of Carl Zeiss, which was the optics company that was made really, really good optical instruments. One of the best in the world.
It's like the super prestigious company that.
Right, and he said, that he was a representative of that company, and he would just want to find out what my plans were after graduating from college. And at that point, I knew he wasn't Carl Zeiss Jena, because in those days there was no recruitment. When you were done, if you were in the top 10% of the graduates, you would most likely pick to stay and to get a doctorate, right? And the rest of them were assigned, wherever. You had no choice. So that guy was an idiot. He didn't know the basics about.
You interviewed him a little bit to understand, like.
Oh, sure. I started
like feel out this guy bullshit. Because because a stranger showing.
And I knew that at that point I knew he was Stasi, which was wrong, but it doesn't matter because he's German, and I had no idea that the KGB would be involved.
I'm sorry to pause briefly. Did you have a sense? Did people know that there's a Stasi type of organization? That there's a large number of people kind of work in Germany. The other, I guess.
Yeah, we knew that Stasi existed. We even had our James Bond. We had a series called The Invisible Visor, where a Stasi employee in East Germany would go into West Germany and hunt down Nazis. So yes, the Stasi was known to be there.
And admired or feared. Or
I thought they were necessary, and I admired them.
James Bond.
The reason I did so because I had no proof to the contrary. I never knew anybody personally, or even who was followed by the Stasi, was put in jail. I had no clue. I had no clue that they did a lot of damage and that they were like doing a lot of surveillance of the East German population the same way the KGB did the Soviet Union. So for me to be talking to somebody from Stasi was it raised my interest. I'm curious. Next, out of something coming at me, and I had no other at that point. So when he was finally he went for the kill by reversing himself. He said, I gotta tell you that I'm really not Carl Zeiss, I'm from the government. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. And then he asked the question, imagine one day work for the government. And so I gave a pretty clever answer. I said, yes, but not as a chemist. So I answered the question that he didn't ask. I helped him out. So we made an arrangement to meet for lunch, which in Germany is the main meal, at the #1 restaurant in Vienna. I still remember what I ate. That rump steak with butter on top and French fries, my favorite. Anyway, so when I get to the restaurant, I saw this fellow sitting in the back there at the table, and there was another person at the table. So I was a little bit hesitant because in those days it was not unusual for perfect strangers to share a table because there weren't enough tables, chairs, and so forth. So I didn't know if I could approach him, but he got up and came to me and took me to the table, and he said, I want to introduce Herman. We work with our Soviet comrades. KGB. And then he he disappeared. He says, I got something else to do. I never knew his name. He just handed me over.
Relationship between the KGB collaborators, associates.
They were pretty close collaborators, as I told you that they bought forged documents the Germans made because the Germans were better at forgery. They also exchanged information, but they didn't trust each other 100%. And I tell you why I know that. So they recruited me, send me to West Germany. As I already said, East Germany had 1,000 agents over there. Why would they want to have their own?
Yeah. This is fascinating internal and external dynamic of trust.
Yeah.
Okay. There you are. Welcome by the KGB. When did the offer, the invite come?
But that took a while. So Herman and I had an unofficial relationship about a year and a half. I would meet him once a week, once every 2 weeks. Initially in his car, but then he took me to a conspirational flat. It was an apartment that was occupied by a party member, a lady, single lady. When we came in, she would leave. She left us tea and cookies, and then we could freely talk. He also, at that time, gave me some West German literature magazines, which was, of course, forbidden. So already starting to feel somewhat special. And as we were talking about what they had in mind for me in general, I knew that I was going to be even more special. I would operate outside the law, the countries that I would go to, as well as East Germany, because the magazine, and eventually when I joined up, they told me I better watch what German television, which was also not explicitly prohibited, but it was something that could get you in trouble.
On many levels, especially.
Yes.
So what was that recruitment testing process like? Testing whether you have what it takes to be a KGB agent.
First of all, we had very in-depth talks, Herman and I, about life. And I still am very honest in sharing my feelings.
Philosophical or personal?
Personal. I even told him that I'm shy around girls.
He was giving you relationship advice.
Well,
How old was it? So what was the dynamic? Can you tell me, was it a father, son?
No,
was it
older brother.
Brother.
Yeah, he was maybe in his early to mid-30s, and I was maybe 10 years younger.
And what language?
He spoke German. He spoke German pretty well.
But he's original.
Oh, yeah, with Russian accent. So I got in trouble one time when I asked him, "Is your real name German?" He didn't like that.
Was he good with girls?
No, he just, I remember when he told me, he says, you got to understand one thing. They're looking for guys. That's all.
Girls.
Don't worry about it. Don't be.
That's the name of love. In all the shapes it takes in our life. Did he talk to you about that? That they could take advantage of? That could be used? Lied?
Yeah, but it was not very focused, not in great detail. So let's not. So we talk about personal stuff and likes, dislikes. He gave me tasks. For instance, when my friend and I hitchhiked from East Germany all the way down to Bulgaria, he told me to write a report about it. What I saw. So fundamentally, he wanted to see how well I can write and how well I can report, how well I observe. He also asked me to write about fellows. I don't believe that was for them to give it to the Stasi. It was like, how well do I characterize people? That's important when you're talking about when I was in the U.S. active in the U.S., I operated as a spotter. I did exactly that. I profiles. He also gave me some tasks that were rather unpleasant. What? He would give me an address, the name of the people who lived at the address. Go there, the doorbell, find out something about a relative who lived in West Germany. That is undercover exploration. You make up a story and somehow win the confidence of your target to tell you something that you want to know. Did that come naturally to you? No, I hated it. The charisma involved? Which part did you hate? Charisma, I think I didn't know that I had it. It took you time to discover. Because, I always was, and I still am, to some degree, shy. I lost a lot of the shyness after moving to the South here in the United States because you don't have to be shy, you feel like you're love shy. That's exactly right. So, but anyway, I hated doing that, but I did it well. I still remember. So in those days I had a beard, and I rang the bell and tall, handsome fella. Yeah, and I looked hard. I said I'm a sociology student, and I'm doing a survey, and I asked a whole bunch of questions. And would you like to answer questions? And then I directed the conversation to the lady's private life, and she actually gave me information. She volunteered information that I wanted to know. I did well, and the other one that I didn't like, but I also did well with, when Herman drove me around the city and showed me a building, and he said, find out what organization is there, what they do, maybe get to know some people, and I did that pretty well. So, you have to be inventive, to come up with a copy, and I've always been quite inventive. I'm a storyteller at heart, and I didn't know it then, but but there was still something pleasant about it. Yes. Well, which part was? Well, shyness, and then I wasn't very comfortable lying. I became comfortable down the road, but I was brutally honest, and never hid anything of me. But over time, that uncomfortable feeling, and you rationalize that you got to do it. It's only one way, right? You're serving a good cause. So you were talking to Herman for a year and a half. And then how did that progress? Yes. So he finally, I guess he sent a report to headquarters in Berlin. And then he sent me on a 3-week, quote-unquote, practice trip to Berlin. It was the first time I had a conspiratorial meeting. Had an address and a time, code phrase, and agent. His name was Boris. These names were meaningless. They were all like covenant. Right? What was the code? What could you give a little more? That code I don't remember. Not the code, but what do you mean by code? Oh, I tell you the code we used when I met while I was active. I would approach the other person who I thought maybe the person I want to meet. We both had something with us or on us to make us more likely to be the right person. So, and I would ask him the following questions. Excuse me, I'm looking for Susan Green. And he would answer, yes, you must be David. Stupid. If I ask a stranger, they would look at me. How could I help you? So, it's the wrong guy. It's just a low probability that the right thing would be. Oh, absolutely. And it seems like a safe statement. Yes. It's just not the right person. Exactly right. Come on. You absurd or crazy. You would have made a good grade. How do you know I'm not? We'll discuss.
Actually, yeah. What there's any dress code?
Oh, just fit in.
And then be creative.
Yeah.
Figure out what.
Right. So, anyways, he gave me some tasks, and he, since I had rented a room in a house, he gave me Western literature to read, and we spent time together. And there was a practice run to West Germany. Actually, there were two, and that was very important. In hindsight, I figured that out. So I traveled to West Germany, no, not to West Berlin, with an East German passport that was stamped that individual was allowed to go to the West. And there was a part of the border that was only guarded by Soviet troops, and that's where they smuggled me into West Germany. I got on the subway and then appeared in West Berlin. No Americans, no Brits, no French knew that I had entered.
Forged document?
No, this was an East German passport. It was real. Okay, so trip, all they wanted me to do was walk around, smell the air, have a beer or whatever, and eat a sausage, and then come back. The second trip, I had a task, very similar to the one that I had back in Jena, to ring the doorbell someplace and talk to some people, and that worked very well as also.
I should mention that you talk about that, eat a sausage, drink some beer. I suppose that's a good test too. See how you behave under Western, like when first introduced Western, like why I might not make a agent is when I first came to the United States market, like bananas, as many bananas. That I think
it's a shock.
Just a shock to have access to Western culture.
You're getting very close to the reason they actually made me do these two practice trips. When I first emerged on West Berlin territory, I felt highly uncomfortable. It was at the enemy, right? And I saw the cops everywhere, and even those cops had like light blue, nothing. They weren't standouts. Wondering, if they knew that, I had like on my forehead. I was scared, but I overcame that.
That's on that because I suppose that's natural. Like if I give anybody on the street the mission to do what you have to do, is they would be paranoid. That's a natural human feeling. Is am I being watched? Do they know? Like if you try to steal something from a store, there's going to be a feeling like, are they watching? Cameras watching? People watching? No. You have to be rugged and robust to that kind of feeling.
Yes, exactly. So, and something very interesting happened while I was being trained in Berlin. I met a classmate of mine, and he confided to me that he was recruited by the Stasi to become a spy, go as a spy to West Germany, and he also had this trip, and he peed in his pants. He and told him, "I can't do that."
Just from the terror,
yes,
that paranoia.
Now this guy's career was over. He had an engineering degree. He was a pretty smart guy. He was for the rest of his life, and he's still alive, I believe, floating around, trading in model railroads and stuff like that.
Do you think that experience broke him?
Or they wouldn't let him back in.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So this is a test that fail.
I had no idea that something bad would happen if I failed that test, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Didn't fail. So, and this led then to the offer. All right. After, Boris was happy with me, and he told his boss, who was most likely the head of the KGB in East Berlin, and I had an appointment to meet
in East Germany.
Yes, in East Germany. Yeah, all of East Germany. Right. An appointment to meet with him. And as we walk into the room, there was a huge desk and a little guy sitting behind it. Very, very, just like little and not unimpressive. Nice. A lot of paraphernalia, like, a bust of Kaczynski on his desk and paintings, Lenin and so forth. But when the guy opened his mouth, it was like, whoa. Huge psychological energy. He spoke only Russian. Now, and initially he would, start with 5 minutes worth of propaganda. Why we're doing what we're doing. I didn't need that. I understood most of it, but when I didn't understand, I asked for translate. And then he sprung it on me, and I was not prepared. And so, what? Are you in or not? And I was, no, I hadn't made up my mind. I wasn't expecting that would come, and so I said to him, I'm not really trained. There's a lot of things I need to learn, and I came up with a couple of really stupid. One not so stupid. The other one was, I don't know why I said that. I said, for instance, I need to learn how to drive a car and type with the typewriter. And he got really annoyed, and he said, don't worry about it. We'll train you. But I got to tell you, we need people who are decisive. So you got until tomorrow noon to give Boris your decision. That made for a sleepless night.
So what was going through your mind?
Well, I had, this was almost 50-50. I knew I was going to have a huge career, a good career. I was on my way because I was already employed by the university as an assistant professor.
That career would be professor, become a tenured professor, be world class.
Yes. Jena had become my hometown. I really loved it. It was my oyster. And my family was my basketball team. I was.
You both played basketball.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So this home is where your love is.
Home.
Did you understand that the choice involved
yes
home behind?
Yes. And the one thing I didn't have, two things I didn't have, an emotional relationship with my mother, and I didn't have a steady girlfriend at the time.
I think we would have a lot to say about that. Yeah, go ahead. But
yeah. By the way, my friend Günther, the one who worked for the Stasi, was also the Stasi tried to recruit him as an agent, but he had a love relationship at the time, and he said politely, "No, I won't. I can't."
He didn't have. That's the one thing that really could
would have helped me.
Would have held you to this place is love.
So you got the career on the one hand, my basketball team, the town that I be part of the ruling elite of, and then we had great adventure and the ability to contribute to the worldwide victory of communism, and stick it to the Nazis, and of course the feeling that you're really special.
Yeah, James Bond.
Yeah.
And the question, do I want to be a tenured professor or James Bond?
Yes. And
that's as funny as that sounds, that was probably.
It was a difficult, but fundamentally it wasn't my deal to help the revolution. It was my what the Stasi was looking for, the KGB was looking for in a character that they would send over, well-controlled inclination to adventure. Okay?
Yeah, James Bond, what do you say? And the love of women.
I was. Yes, I got to put this in right here, because I'm telling people I have two things common with James Bond. These are my initials, JB, and I got the girl too, 3 times.
Yeah, I mean that's adventure.
Yeah, and the ability to travel to the West, because the West was closed off to us. We could go to foreign countries, but they all had to be communist countries. countries. And I wanted to see Paris because I had fallen in love with Honoré Balzac, who was a phenomenal set of novels that I just ate up. And so when I eventually did go to Paris, I placed it already because he described it. But anyway, so that one, it was 5149, but eventually, when you do the side by side intellectual comparison, that doesn't work. It becomes a tie, and then you just go with your gut and say, "Hey, I'm in."
So now that you successfully passed the test, and you were sitting this unimpressive man, and you had the invite, and had to sleep on it, and have made the decision to join.
Yeah.
What was next?
I was told, that I was being recruited by the State Department of East Germany. I was going to become a diplomat. I must have had some paper, but I forgot because by saying so, that wouldn't work. Yeah.
The only had love
That's
just
right.
basketball.
Basketball, giving up basketball was huge for me. I loved playing the game. Started playing basketball when I was 18. That's a little late.
Are you better offensive, defensive? What do you like? You like to shoot from distance?
I was a runner. I was very, very quick on my feet, and I was a good jumper too. I typically played the forward position, forward.
Oh, the forward position.
Forward position. But anyway, so that was the hardest to give up. But and the other thing that I remember, I had to hand in my party document, party secretary, and he made a comment. Yeah, we probably won't hear much about you, but we know that you're very important. He saw that at inkling. Some cover. And then I packed my bag and got on a train to Berlin for another one of those secret meetings. My new handler, Nikolai. So, and here came another test that would have been quite easy to fail. So I had lived in Jena for 6 years in a dorm. Even when I became an employee of the university, they didn't have apartments. I was still living in a dorm in a single room with a bed, a chair, and a table, and a toilet down the hallway. So I figured, Berlin KGB, I'm going to get a nice apartment, right? And so Nikolai took me into his car. We started talking a little bit, and then he said, "I have a task for you already. Your first task is to find yourself a place to live." I mean, I don't think I showed it in my face, but my heart dropped like down to my pants. I knew this was nearly impossible. There was a severe shortage of housing in everywhere in Germany, East Germany, and all the apartments and homes were controlled by the government. There were waiting lists. And I knew couples that were promised maybe to get an apartment 5 years down the road. So, and then they would postpone their decision to have a child. Anyway, it was impossible. Well, but the test. So because I had to be inventive now, I had to figure out how to get out of the possible situation. I didn't realize at all. I just went with the flow. What do I do? So what I did, I took the train, the city train, to the very last stop, a little town called Aachen, and I wandered around in that town, knocked on doors, and people, they knew where somebody might have a place to live. And after a couple of hours, somebody said, "There's a lady there." They gave me the address. And I talked to the lady and said, "I happen to have a place where you might be able to stay. An outbuilding. I don't know what it served. It was not a garage. It was concrete. And it had a bed and a chair, a running cold water, and a stove, a cold stove. That was going to be
Pretty basic. Pretty basic.
That's basic? Are you kidding me?
That's the
toilet, of course, the yard, of course.
Yeah. All the essentials. You were right. You're right. You had to run the James Bond special operation out of.
Yes. To my credit, and I think that established part of my reputation, I didn't complain at all to Nikolai.
No, that was part of it.
Yeah, I just told him, I found something. And so for 6 months, I would get up in the morning, get on the train, and walk around in the city, operational stuff, operational training. I went to the library, did a lot of reading in the library, and then I found a basketball team that I could join, so at least I could take a shower twice a week. And apparently, it took about 6 months that I was still on probation, because after 6 months, Nikolai, one day, we were still meeting in his car. He said, he handed me a key. He said, I'm going to take you to your new apartment. And I didn't know this, now I was really in. Okay? Imagine, the hurdles you have to jump over, how many times you can fail, but,
not complaining, not asking questions.
Yes.
I think that was something you've written about. The bosses do not like to hear complaints problem for a solution.
That's right.
So what was your interaction like with the boss? That essentially represent as well. No complaints,
no arguments, no. I know this better. I was taking it all in. Now the technical guys, they taught me something. What Nikolai, some of the stuff that he taught me was somewhat questionable. He was a generalist, and there's some things he didn't know really well. So I could have asked, probed a little bit, but I didn't. I just did along. So this new apartment was it was a studio. It had a kitchen, running cold water, and the bathroom was just one flight down the toilet, not a bathroom. One flight down the stairs.
An upgrade.
It was a big upgrade. And he gave me, I think he gave me $1,000 to buy furniture. And in that place, I also bought a TV and started working with German television. So I finally had a decent place to stay. And my training in Berlin took about 2 years.
My name's Sean Ryan. Navy SEAL for 5.5 years. Everything authorized. You're going to be at the end of the day, go like it, and so how do you forget? How do we turn our line? You have a this
we would hang out with the party with free with, I mean, that, and on my off time in the field was a lot of happy hours, a lot of late night, Jason Lemon, firefighter. On the fighter, and often looks like work out in the gym, a lot of Xbox. A lot of people have a lot, out now, bragging to everybody that they are a, and then they would fields hang out, bars empty. That way, none of us running our cash and doing it, but our staff work there, and so that we get around. A lot of times, take it, everybody shows up to work the next day. Number one, unspoken long as you show up to work, ready to go, meeting, not sure how hard. Some of the jobs I had one I was point is I when entering into target, you're the navigator, navigating the route as how you're going to get in, how you're going to get out, how you're going to. My first 80 in 2000, a lot of unrest on old 80 staged out at Guantanamo Bay, and basically what you do is fly over on a helicopter, every plane, and reconnaissance, all these different towns, back rest, and prisoners breaking up in prison, chaos, for Haiti, just a reconnaissance. I felt good, actually, it made the numbers more at one. And this was the election going on, and that as Lieutenant started farming us out, eventually have a problem. Find unit getting blown up by IED and terrorists, set up roadside bombs, set up ambush, and kill our guys. Yeah. I wasn't actually I was trained sniper. I was good at it. So when we go these missions, I was basically aiding snipers and teaching conventional guys one of the biggest problems. There was a very small village outside of Taji that was considered black. But black means no U.S. group or personnel are allowed to drive through, walk through, fly over. You basically just stay out of the town, get danger. Now, it's basically armed. And so, 14, and 4 teams, 3 guys each, and we set them up along the. So, towns here, 5 towns, IOP, first one right out. Okay, there's 100 in, then we start doing. Now, I should have and I saw a man walk right by me out of my peripheral, and I noticed when he walked by me, he noticed. I could see him looking off the side of his eyes. I thought maybe I'm town. I wanted out. I wanted an emergency strap because I had compromised the game. The rest of the meetings, I drove his. I didn't stay. Went 10 minutes. We got probably 4 to 5 different impacts right on top of us. Emergency extract again. The next thing, probably fighting agent. Walked on the line, killed. Next thing, the search party did come, but it came so well that actually eating vegetation out of our team. And so everybody was scared to move when something happened. A lot crazy. The whole herd goes crazy. Then the herder knows something going on. A couple of goat herders passed. Noticed 5 guys. The black carrying AK-47, carrying 5 rounds, carrying wire, shovel, everything you need to basically make an ID. Walked right past and radioed the team that these guys were coming their way, but they answered our radio. It started to planted the bomb. All I heard was just shots over and over. It sounded like a gun. It sounded like that terrorists were killing my guy because all of us were pressed, meaning fire shots, muzzle flash. I can remember, but it was probably. And I'm calling our guys. Hey, what's going on? Hey, what happened? Happened out there? Anybody out? You guys alive? Give me a head count. Nothing. In my head. And so me and 2 other guys got back to back. And alright, let us camp. First thing, they're come over the radio. Later, out of the guys. They let the army guys take the shot. They were not surprised. I thought their gunshot shot. But it was the army guys, unsuppressed, shooting alongside with our snipers who were suppressed. And my guy announced that the guys was the best sounding I've ever heard in my life. No, guys were used a lot of weapons. Under one mag, sniper rifle, decal rifle, sniper rifle, sniper rifle, 60 machine gun, Mark 8 machine, 46 machine, Mark 19 grenade launchers, the 3 grenade launchers, 50 caliber, pretty much. The main weapon I used was a M4 10-inch barrel, a suppressor, and secondary was suppressor is not silencer. A lot of people think it's silencer. It does dub down a lot. You need to wear ear protection when you're shooting with a suppressor, but not like these. Sounds like a filling machine. The main point of a suppressor is to suppress the flash out of the end of the muzzle. Rifle shooting at night and you're in a combat scenario. Every time you fire that weapon unsuppressed, it'll leave a signature. And that wait for that flash aim at where the flash came from. So if you have a suppressor and you're on night vision, they can't tell where the the shots came from, and they actually shoot. Most fun fire would definitely be called rocket launcher. Can't remember the exact millimeter rocket, but it is about this long, actually looks high, and about anything else. So one use a block for terrorist hiding in cave. Familiar with weapons possibly can be. We're in these type of weapons terrorists using. We train all the building style weapons well or what the enemy combatant terrorists were using at the time. You might be dressed up like somebody from Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Pakistan, wherever you're operating, Syria, might be dressed up as armament. And what you have there, AK-47. So you could be undercover. That's the reason you need to be familiar. You might run out of ammo, direct action, or some type of raid where you have to pick up it and be very familiar with that to continue on with it. These goes in the back of a Toyota Hilux truck a lot of times is those are many times armored, but they blend in with the vehicle. So you can't get Hilux here in the United States, but everywhere else in the world, right around these Toyota Hilux, especially these. A lot of times we're attached to partners. That be force of Afghan commandos or Iraqi commandos or wherever you're at. A lot of times, special operations, you're going to be attached to a partner. And partner forces use Toyota Hilux. If you're in a 100-vehicle convoy with a partner, there's only vehicles that actually have them and the rest of the partner. Of course, you don't want to be the guys that are standing out because if you do get ambushed, it's going to be a dead giveaway. You don't want to make yourself a higher profile target than anything else. We did a course that was actually put on by the British MI6. We're actually going to Europe, Eastern Bloc countries in Europe, hunt down warlords and people that crimes. They put us through a course that taught us how to break into cars, how to split somebody in a vehicle, somebody in the boat, how and rebuild and blend in every type of environment you can think of. Actually, I would say the most important is combat radio because radio gets you out of there, gets you in there, communications, actually the biggest gun you're calling an Apache, vector gunship. I would say radio on a vertical piece of equipment. After about 6,000 people, I would say disturber, troublemaker. I like to party, I like to raise hell, but it was a good childhood. I had a really good childhood. Very close to my family, my brother and sister. I tried to go Marine Corps first, let me in to go on a time grade. I went to the Army. I wanted to pray. They kind of laughed at me off. I didn't die. The Navy recruiter stuck it out and said, "Hey, you ever thought about the field game?" And gave me a pamphlet. So I went home and went to the library, checked out every book I could possibly find on special operations and Navy documentaries on National Geographic, Discovery, and decided you can't prepare for that. A lot of people never believed I could was a superstar athlete. I really wasn't much of an athlete at all. I didn't grades. I wasn't a popular kid by any means. And so I think a lot of people thought that the reason I didn't I was so like I did honest child. I wanted to prove so placed off for 18 years. But very, very big pipeline. Bud stands base underwater training. They want to know how tough you are a player. You know what your physical endurance is like, what your mental like. I knew it was going to be tough. I didn't know that. First phase is very structured. You'll wake up, have sort of a PT event. You're either going to do a 4-mile timed run, nautical mile swim, or you're going to do an oak course, or even a full workout. You always start off with a physical size, and you'll be by the instructors, calisthenics, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, getting straight, getting done, yeah. Nice little wake up in the morning, and then have a more meeting, and lunch, I probably get about minutes, after everywhere, and meeting after lunch, once a evening, you're done, by about 9 o'clock at night, you probably some type of bridge, those are guys with paddles, life jackets, have to land those boats on the rocks for 50 below, and it's a very challenging experience. The week is famous known as the most grueling week of field training. It's 5 days, 5 nights, no sleep. Maybe like get a little nap here and there, but we're constantly moving, we're constantly watering, you're freezing, grass off, fighting hypothermia. The water there is a brisk 8 degrees. I was so miserable all week that almost buddies on the face, no way here. But you don't documentaries, you're kind of like I said, constantly working. You're constantly standing on the beach, and so instructors know and your body, and they take advantage of that. I had folks and off your crotch, arms, anything, any skin that's rubbing together. Then when that dries, have you firm, get back in the hole, the hydrochloric acid, and just everybody that quits has to know very experience running their entire class. Most classes, at least what I was for, right around 200 to 200 people, and then place your home at the line. After you a line of 100 plus. First time I heard that though, I was thinking I was I did not want to disappoint my father and call him letting him know that they quit. Once I got that, they just wanted to not be shot from that or like that. physics, dive medical, so actually understand dive medical and how deep you can go for how long, like that. Then once you pass that, you I think the last big obstacle that gets people kicked out and starts with very might be just hey, put your tanks on underwater, and then all right, your tanks are malfunctioning. You can take them off, figure out what's going on, all the way up, be fully chopped up, all your divers minus fins, and you'll just be crawling on the bottom of the, and then any group of instructors will come down. They'll get what they call a surf hit, which is basically beating the shit out of you underwater. They'll punch your gut, make sure your air is gone, tie your hoses up, and breathe out of your breathing apparatus, tie that in knots. They will make your tanks malfunction, turn your air off. Basically, what they do is create mass confusion and take all of your air away. And what they want to do is that you remain calm, not going to jet to the surface for air, get your dive break back to a functioning way, and on that track. There's no secret to staying calm down there. You have no air, not down. Can't figure out what's wrong. You have water in, and but it's not supposed to be. Open water is a whole new ball game. 9 times out of 10, guy diving under a ship and a bomb, and then we're back out 8 hours. You know, and they want to see that you're comfortable, that you can handle yourself, not only yourself, but your buddy. Not diving the coral reefs down in Key West or diving San Diego Bay, ships, sharks, seals, dolphins are trained to kill you. So in the early 2000s, the Navy developed a mammal program. What they were doing, where they were training dolphins and seals, the animals, not the special ops. They were training seals and dolphins on anti-swimmers and I believe explosive protection. And so they would train these animals, then they would send them out. To obviously use their sonar, mine, big and bad. They were trying to plant bombs on ships. So, Bud's, yes, fortunately, I did not have that experience, but I did wind up in the mammal cages by accident. The only way you know where you're going is you memorize your bearing, your compass, you hit your bearing, and you count your kicks. So my kick count was 66 kicks for 100 yards. About a 6-hour dive, I believe. And my kick count was off current. I had the wrong bearing next to the pier that you're diving off of for buds. It so happens to be the mammal. So if you top of the water, it is chain link fence. You think that goes all the way down to the bottom. It doesn't. It's more like a carbon that under the water, dive bear to a degree, you are entering the mammal cage. And I remember looking at my buddy, we're going to go to the mammal cage. And they kept saying, I was the lead navigator, and we were completely, what appeared to be inside the mammal cage. Like the cargo net was going over my wetsuit that's wetting all the way behind us. Came and looked up, we were inside the mammal cages, and it's like him fell out of there, turned out, and which is we were they start to treat you like actual meetings, some lessons you're learning, and navigation, you're learning how to shoot a rifle, how to shoot a machine gun, and the best part of all is learning demolition. You didn't learn how to use C4, the Bangalore data sheet. You name the explosive, blowing up cars, precision demo, or shots put out, action, out, plant a haversack, and right there on my face. First weapon I trained was I think it's a handgun and two handgun shooting down shooting field. Fields are such good shots because train, but you're gonna dry firing. What I mean by dry firing, no bullet, nothing, just your weapon out like you're shooting a real, just like you're shooting a real warm out. All the motion, all the side alignments, the weight, everything is perfect. And then by the time you put a real bullet in, put the right way, and you just train that right, take it out for start shooting, dry firing, or you ever a live round ever leaves that barrel. You'll know that's what I love that great. Somebody, body, like, was getting during your primary and family. And I knew myself that I was going
You've been having a lot of,
during
I guess you could say, during the bar.
retirement. I wanted I became a real agent and built miserable at it and got in wiring it. Found out that guaranteed job like years. I did get a job as a fireman. I didn't have time years around. Friend of mine gave me a call and that he wanted to try out for the contract. I can't tell you actually, but I can assure you that everybody in the gets a chance to try out or has a special background. Got a call, show up, a location, kind of gear I needed, try out, and I did the try out about a month. They, the client, we're going to be working over. Kind of all of people who were there, they had actually happened. So I started the Sean Ryan show for a couple of reasons. I really got tired of watching the mainstream media talk about all the events that I was part of, my colleagues were a part of, somebody that had never been there. And so, and veterans didn't have a voice, and I wanted to bring that out and talk to guys like myself who've been through that and how they got out of it. Everybody got on it at the beginning. It found some type of success for entrepreneurship and the addiction to adrenaline. Broken family, died attempts. Been in fight or flight or really adrenaline than anybody else. Possible to imagine. Most adrenaline works a day. There's a lot of chemicals being released into the brain. Addiction. Addiction for adrenaline. My coping method. Finding new ways. Lots of defense, everything. And how you and perhaps I get my hands with hydrocodone, tramadol. Rocket launchers, they call jobs, falling on helicopters. I don't even know how high we were. And then broke. They went less. A lot of wearing from a lot of but I've never been a lot of it. And traumatic brain injury and stuff like that. And when you get out, though, there are a lot of resources. Not very many government resources. Government does a very good job. Trade. It's a dark time for a lot of guys. We're not used to a based environment. We're not used to not having adrenaline dumps. We're not used to integrating the environment. permission to do. That's the only reason you're there. And so when you get out and you have to learn patience. A lot of guys don't get patience. There are a lot of veterans out there started nonprofits, and nonprofit is what works for them. That's group therapy, psychotherapy, or hyperbaric chambers, for your brain health, do psychedelics. For almost 5 out of whole hour experience, it's like watching your entire life different with them. Basically, yeah, a death experience. It's the experience that I've ever had, and I came out of the death experience. I feel and see a flow of energy coming from the ocean onto the shore and the grass, and the trees, and first time in my life, everything is connected. Everything. So I came back, didn't need any of my meds anymore. I quit drinking. I'm sober 2.5 years. I I quit a lot of, and I was present with my family. Drink some of the guys that are getting out. That hear that they hear these guys, myself, and they realize it's not a gives them. Price account. Wait, please subscribe. Comment.
like a hilarious. The whole fun. Oh, I also story. I just love me of hero. Out of nowhere. One ocean or that he went right at lots of about a light. Oh, great. This first place cat open only for front part the night off. Wow. I watched so he really looks like that. Wondering, you might be wondering tens of thousands of it. Really good. That was just great. Together. He didn't. Oh, you. Oh, yes. Got it. Oh, one button. One, one more. That one right there. There you go. I make you laugh once. That's a go. I'm excited. You didn't eat the food? But the right? Fortress. Or half of unbelievable guy. Uh, playing at a week Twitter. Spent all that money for some salad. the healthiest? What were you? Oh, you son of a bitch. Guys, gosh, what happened? Yeah, episode, guys, this is a really, really fun one. It's about sports, my funniest friends in the world. One in 1 hour special. Now the other hour awesome. Both of them have special stuff. These are guys that I hang out with today. For Brody, Rod Carmichael, everybody. Rod and I once actually went to the bar. But we all played Freddie Hart. Yeah. The whole thing. Yeah, I love it. You got it. Believe, never forget. Excited to be here. I'd nice moment that Rod and I have the embrace turbulent nights in American history. So we're gonna do a great show, and we're excited to be here. And it's always an honor to get invited back. Bill Tony, yes. Thank you. Thank you for the awkward moment. Thank you for letting a man who can. I do the same. I'm excited about myself. You guys ever worked on the stage or anything like that, standing next? No. Pretty like a what are you? Sons of Iron Man? The got it. Look it up. Add a JPEG. Be satisfied. Iron, I get it. It's a element to Antarctic. Got it. Vegetarian. Call them vegetarian. Right. I just got it. Don't want to be. What a great night! Beautiful weather tonight. Let's be thankful for what we do have in Los Angeles. But I do like that. Oh hey. Well, yeah, and happy. You know, people are a little dead. Knows what's going on, but look, everyone's got their opinion. I like. Who knows what's going to happen? Those awkward moment number 2. Yeah. I just thought it was fun. You know, talking about Ferguson. Yeah. Freeways on Brea. I don't know what, but you know what? Really? Yeah. I read on Twitter last night. I'm doing the show. I'm not going to stay home. I'm going to get the cut. What do you think about that? Right. Ferguson episode. We're bringing everybody together. That's what. But here's the deal. What's the thing? Can't really be fun. Like, gotta be here. We can have blow offs. But you know, what is your fault? Put it. I'll think about it. Okay. All right. I'll think about it. Well, we're professionals. Every week our guest request. Dictate by. Yes. Okay. Most recent players out of all this. That's good. That's a great question. That's a fantastic question. actually pretty cool backstage at the amphitheaters. The food is very good. It's they take a preparation. I'm big, 182, Jimmy Buffett, and then I would say the food was pretty good. I mean, everyone was right on par. It was all solid. Those were cool. I mean, it wasn't amazing. It was fun, but it was good. I think it was good enough. It was fun because I mean, well, right, right. They would have chicken dishes. Wait, you gotta bring it first. What? It's good. I enjoy food. All the but you know, you make it what it is. Common fun. Well, great question for Brody. Question. I mean, first world problem. All the empathy really, they do. I haven't really. It's kind of fun. I'm glad I did. Yeah. Or whatever. Cool. But I feel like I appreciate it, but I'll tell you what. I wanted to more felt like on all the really older men go up and knows here more just trying to stand up. So I wanted to create some fun, kind of hard, but I had a great time with her. Nervous. Okay. No. He's really cool. Right. Well, yeah, I mean, actually, like, home and, food. You know, it's just like, so the rest of it, yeah. So, all the, thank you. Great question. That was a great question. Am I going to stay low? One more? Like, a little more. I'm yeah. Like, like, right. That was a sensitive question, broad, but like, big sports, but we're here to for the questions. I well, the kill thanks to the first numbers. I'm pretty sure. Oh, so let's do it. Did you talk about what they oh, horrible, right? Crack it out. Do that with the hair. pocket. There's a lot of stuff happens before the train goes. I know. We're very lucky. For us, money, profit rate, for water, I'm free. Maybe for us, open white. Talking about this. Congratulations, best, but that was Royal. Royal? Name that Royal? Name that the Lord. Royal. That was Royal. Yeah, that's a name, man. You know, Royals. Five times real fast. Yeah, it's big. I don't know. Don't get that far. Present. I keep explaining. That's what I'm saying. Name of like a right. The Royal. The Royal. Like I love it. That's like everything is. Everything is first time. Like, what? Yeah, this is like a. It's so weird. That's so weird. Brought him up to Fergie song. Oh, God. That's torture Fergie. Filled it up. Your wife, fresh. Okay. I thought you were. Took me a while. Better cold. Some like cold. Tried it straight out of the boob. Like or anything. Accidentally, I grabbed it. How does that work? Wow. It's the worst. Fuck yeah. I gotta explain, but I stretch, right? I like your style. I like shoes, hoodie. I like the whole thing. Here, my two point of what I know. Not a I was here. My or is like stuff on the phone. That's my only thing. Like if style, but like more. Am I wrong? No. Okay, great. No, I'm saying like you said, you're eating like you're less. When I say the jokes are bad, I'm more command. But you can watch it from behind. Okay. Looking at the mic. Okay, I'm the bad guy. clear. It's like it's maybe I'm wrong, but the council is not that. I'm on style. Look, you got airport desk, beard, the beard. You got it. Not easy. Brad. Oh. Oh, I don't even know what I can say. Well, you can say anything. What's that a purpose? You know about that? This man has a third-degree black belt. Starting at 5'11", tall weight 182 pounds from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, George and St. Pierre. Trying to name. Okay. Go right ahead. Where are you from? Canada. Almost. I think you're good for your that bit. Quarter bit. Yes. Growth. Yeah. Okay. Good. You got it. I'm not a kid. I like to bring it. Go and take it. For what reason? Yeah. I feel like I'm under the seat. I don't know. It was good. It was very. Is there gonna say okay. Like that. All right. Yeah, I saw you there with. No, I was like, oh no, this is funny. They left like 20. Oh, it just what? I did, and I know you guys have been. That's not a real road. That like time on the Joe Rogan podcast about how what they do. Yeah. Okay, pickles. That's what I've been talking about. I talk about this. Oh, no. But but yeah, I mean, I think people will attract like a sweetheart. Think they're amazing. Gonna go. No, that's not rule. They say they're. But he said, I think you're fine. I'm probably heard like raise my antlers a little. Right, taking the tickle down. I try to tickle you. So it's just a lot of tickle stuff. I think you're the right thing. You're good. I have nothing else to add. No, tickle stuff. Else to talk about. Saying that, no, like on, I don't know, lots of stuff. You got a good accent. Are you from like France? No, from Canada. I think like second South part, like first. Like, hey, let me downtown Vietnam. Yeah, you're split right down there. I guess. How about oil? But you had oil is actually another little fraction of bigger. I got fun. But yeah. Oh my God. Let me ask you. You're in Los Angeles. Oh, you're visiting. And I think you're what do you work up in Canada all over? Yeah. All right, you're good. You know, there's no season. I can't try to have somebody supposed to. Still like invading them. Still like invading them. Hey, Rogan, don't fix that. We're not. He said, you don't have a body warm up at midnight and around bunches of people. There you go, positive energy. You can drop the stick. I think you harass. Like, all right, I've got all I need. You know, why no pressure? So, but I like something on this thing. You did a great job. I had everybody. Thank you. Your name again? True. Welcome to Los Angeles. Hey, man. Thank you. That's better. Hey, July. He's doing good. I know. We're talking though. True. You got it. All right. Rock. real. I work for Comedy Central too. I'm all over the place. Travel everywhere. Know to behave. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my friend from the doctor. She's the guy that catcher. A.J. Ellis. What name did I just pull out of the bucket? Here he is. Ian Ellis. Yeah. I don't support animal abuse. If you have one, having a party, and want to shut the fuck up, just threaten to murder them. I don't know for all of your guests to hear. Like, as a responsible pet owner, I shouldn't have to feel like an asshole if I want to put the dog in the house. It's not just dogs. Like, I'm wanting to kick cats out of the second story of an apartment as well. I don't want to sound like a boss. I have a policy about crying children. A good mother, tell if you don't shut up, I'm going to send you to the father. Obviously, you can't stay in jail. You got to make sure the lady, you know, it's throwing a window. An animal? No. Like that. He's good. You know what? I like your, you know, like, work, but it's, I don't. I like it. Ready? But that like like it's really ever like land, so like always like a plus. You know what I mean? Like every like punchline. I mean, like I'm not hurt. Like you know, I kicked out of the window. You know what I mean? Like damn. Hey, so that was outside of Chicago. Colorado. What are we talking about here? We're at Colorado. So cool. We're up in Chicago. Well, the drove it down suburb. No bowling green. Fan of hip hop. Half the dog thing was under that, you know, half the audience. So crazy and scary. And like, I don't know. I mean, I hate pets. Most that much. But you know what? What happened to the dog? Wow. I'll tell you what. In the house, there's a character. It's like the whole Michael Myers thing. I think you played up. He's like a fucking guy. So, dog. What I'm saying, in a joke, pitch it. Now somebody else for you, dog, whatever. No, you would pitch you. It's a character thing. Now you're taking a chance, but I think you can your demeanor. You have the right look to pull that off. I think I look like a serial killer. Whatever, but you're kind of like menacing, but not in a bad way. Kind of, like I said, like a Jason, Michael Myers, like one of those. In a good way. You're doing comedy. I would say keep doing those sort of jokes. Like you're like a Carlin, like a Brian, but you're like a Jason or Michael Myers, a Hannibal. You know, Hannibal, like real murder, but not in a way you Chucky, how long you know stand up? Well, first time I've been up in a month. Wow. So I've been trying to get better. Other places? Every place a lot? Like, you know, like 2 or 3 times. Can you not? Can't like. But I can afford a ride. Can I ask a question? For living in Chicago, like, why did what made you not lost? How long were you in Chicago? Okay. I mean, that's good enough to take that chance, go to LA or go to work maybe. Or more like, yeah. I think some people like, nah. I mean, kind of not like the most you like not trying to ever get better. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you're not. I'm just like, you know, like work that allow you not a car. I didn't have a car for like we didn't have a car. Yeah, we did try every day. Rides, you know, walk, take a bus or whatever. I mean, I need, but or I'm still training. Prince Valley, way out like Northridge. There you go. Cool. The man's got a plan. Go to a local bar that's very big. Probably have a coffee and ice. Just talk to your own shit up, fucking advertise. Start your own shit by where you live, where you go across the street. It's possible. Make sure you go up. The more you go up, the more you're actually become a comic. Once a month shit, that's like you're not a comic. But I will say something that kind of like public. I was forget it radio home for a year and a half for NBA basketball game. Want to talk? That's right, podcast thing. So where I go, I don't know. But what you do, yeah, you want it. I want it. You're figuring out. Do the start stuff. Got it right. Got it. Have it. Yeah, right. Go that route. You're gonna go the route that you gotta own it all the way. Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable with the no-spinning jokes? Yeah. Okay. Are you? Okay. I got a lot of. So why is there one bothering so bad? What pick every day on your way out? I was there running. One, what the fuck? Why is it so? One just looks like it's the Runyon. The other one's perfect. There's the Runyon Canyon. That's like an interesting thing. Like boots. So it looks like regular shit. Wow, look at those. Those only take sight of feeling. And they look, but then there's the big short dude. Like little rain. Hashtag. What number episode this is? There you go. From Kicking Cats, went back with. Wow, there you go. There's the callback. Really, I said the horse thing 3 minutes ago, but pretty dead. Really confident. Really confident. Really bold. Really. Yeah, you're so great. I love you, Ian. And Ian Ellis is also the guy that is artist. Grand Chicago open mic. He's the coolest stand. Oh, he's an artist? And then artist. That's my favorite artist. As far as cool. Like, I have no work with that stuff. No, me neither. I always ask every guest a question. Whether I've asked you guys. I think first started out with embarrassed you of the hitters. Starting out. I can go up. They said that I did early on. Something like that. How about you? I mean, you bring this question on me, like, your life, but most of these individually from rhythm. When's the last time you had crap? Exactly. Right. What's your question again? If any really started out, I'm trying to think of like I do first time, kind of weird. Kind of weird. First time I ever did a real like a bringer show, workshop, played after college, 93 or 90. We took the workshop course Andy, and so I would go to UCLA every week, drive out from the Valley, from Tarzana. If I liked that UCLA, I didn't. After I tried everything, I but 6 weeks later, anyway, our graduating class was that's on a word. You know, it's like your first comedy tape. Anybody's first comedy tape comparison. Brought that right here, going at it right. Wow. I didn't quit. Cat going from an like a cat or not far away, right there. Building new, like what? LA operation is and want to get on stage, want to comedy, start, play. Got it. Working today, years straight. That was great. Nice and play, you know. Thank you. So, at it. Push hard. Do those. Do it. Yeah. Oh, I did it. What was it? Graduate comedy. I don't know. I dare you, Tony. I have. Oh yeah, it was after the first round, Rihanna thing. This I had an idea problem and the first and real performance artist. Like I got like Willie to hold like cue cards, read off of like dance, like it was like really crazy. Awesome. I actually have one more. And I'm sorry. I was downstairs at TV. Alrighty. I want this to turn it into. So maybe about 8 years ago, I was downstairs in the original room. I remember something really that name. Very reference. That's life. Playa. Playa. Nobody knows Very Jewel? No, nobody. Oh, great. I did it. Alright, so I did an impression of somebody. It was the whole Alright, what is it? Crap on Brody night? It was a really awkward moment. You asked for it. The whole show. It stopped me. That upset. Made a grown woman with terrible palsy cry. That's aggressive. You got it. Now, be on it. Let's name it. It's like clean the plate that you killed. But there's a yourself. You got it. All right, here we go. Oh, you pulled out elbow. Oh, that's racist. That's crossing the line. Oh my God. In room. Oh my God. I put it right there. All of set up there. Your hands together for Rashid. Oh, good name. Rashid. Yeah. When I was here was my neighbor. All these white. I didn't want to picture what here. Yeah. Bro, you want to go first? You won the night. I don't know. That was funny. That was funny. Night. Like, wrong. Go first. Yeah. Right. I felt. I think he got more confident. And it just went on. And got more. Kind of like a flow. Like, flow. I don't know about point of view yet, but got something different. Voice. What is? That's nothing. Like, it's nothing. Well, actually, I thought it was scary. Say that's a scary place to start. Really? What? Why scary? Well, I'll tell you, because and it's for a blind. I'm gonna type you're gonna love this. I'm about to blow your fucking mind. You're gonna do this. Ready? You're gonna love it. One night there, like thing, where they like the real shit. You're lightly. So like it'll start over like on stage and everybody in the room pulling their feet. Always what's the name of it? My well, you know what? Atlanta is where but that wasn't kind of stuff like that. Coming on, coming. Yeah. Oh. A couple buttons undone. Oh, yours got at some point number of it, but didn't last very long at all. But yeah. Look at the size of your belly button. Right. What plants there? Like what type of spaceship? That looks like that part of the Death Star that like these purples do. Watching Sweet? Yeah, he walks his down his throat. Oh, Tony, that's aggressive. Look at him. Yeah. But yeah, cocaine, everybody. from the horse. Jacksonville? Wait, no. Jacksonville, Alabama, not Jacksonville, Florida? One in North Carolina, all military. Have like that look like like a football team. Jacksonville. You feel like I am the quarterback. Like, feel like mom was on the road. The fight of like coach. Fucking play that. A lot of people. You get the hit. You stay in the. Despite what his boss mom said about him, like, I'm just making up your life. I'm right. That's what I'm. That's what. Like, got 14. Normal. Like, what's the normal? Well, you know, it exists on like these thing that's the podcast. People to remember what happened. I like story. Get out after. You never like or notice like go for your cereal and you like cornflakes, the milk, apples, and you're like, what the fuck? Let's get positive news. The only one that you can talk about it is a lot of open or direct, but what's all about yeah, like exactly what I'm trying to Bobby to create that here. He's talking about his experience as a football player that's football and good but he played with football. What? I think he did because you know what? Yeah, I adopted him. Related. Yeah. Why did that get a laugh? I mean, are you that sensitive, audience? His name is Stevens. His last name Stevens. I adopted him. But you're too looking to be offended on something very funny. My feelings are hurt. That's Brody. Why are you Mr. Negative? It's not a name. It's real. I talk about positive stuff, Tony. I talk about concussion materials. How the your Brody? Everyone calls me Brody. I keep it positive. Yeah, just being positive. DNA fucking for COVID. And why again? Why are we not laughing? Because he's African American? Stop it! Positive push. You got it. Big segment? Alrighty. There you go. Well, that's what I said. That's what I said. You're positive. Oh my, Tony, let me pull the name out. Yeah, I'm pulling. Why you give it to me? Give it to me. Nice. Get this thing up. Positivity. Positivity is boring, bro. It is. You don't have Twitter. I'm looking things up. You have positive. Doesn't work. I show for the Boston Red Sox owner. $2 million. Are you? Talking to me that way. Whitner and Brentwood. Right. Okay, here we go. I think I got the name I pulled out. His name is, and his last military, yo, when I was in the military, I almost get to a wife of mine passes because he's stepping out of a death I was in our racist ass dude. Like, hey, I didn't know they steal neck monkey. And then my own boy is like, hey, man, sir, some respect. I was like, you know what, Will, you know. And I was like, wait, Don, I want to say it. Until we had a house party at his house. I was like, hey, my nigga, you want to switch that corner up with me? I'm going to beat your ass. This motherfucker is. A while. For you, some of the, right? Yeah. Right. Doing a lot of spots, right? Been out here, like, I've been on turning that. You guys, this is not an option. Golly, for everyone. But every rodeo play different. Whatever you gotta do. Yeah, it's like a battle. That. Brody, you were born and raised, primed and trimmed, A1 until you die, have positive energy. I feel like you have, as far as I lived it. I was urban. Terrible. Right? Hey, right? Ouch, ouch. Whatever. But, whatever. Like, I couldn't get up over it. Right. But, like, you know, for a while. Don't live 30. No, I'm just saying. LA is the major. Yeah. I think at the stand, this is here. No, I always like totally much. Don't really grind it out. It's grind it out more. They get more grind out. No, I get on. also, you know what I mean? Like, we were working on, like, work out. Yeah, not right. So, and it's better, like, Oklahoma and say, Oregon, or Chicago. Well, that's why knowing is so much. Yes, right? Like, for me, I'm like, so I was on drive, so that's only, or like, I didn't even play, I LA. Like, for me, it's like, whatever drive, so, like, I like being, drive. And I say that, I know, you know, I give advice, I'm thinking, you're like, you did that, but for every broad who doesn't know, I always try to go someplace else. That's not to say you go from like North Carolina straight here. Tony came here straight from Ohio. It does happen, but that's rare. Doing yourself, whatever words. Welcome back. I'm tumbling everybody, and he's on Twitter. Hey, Sean. All one word. What energy? We have our regulars go on every minute. So it's what? First knockout, first Florida, for lap. I think it's a minute every single week. You have to cover it. Drop out of school. I think they were out of school. Out of college. All paid for. What they did. Really
I'm supposed to funny crazy, nothing wrong.
not Survivor. Anybody? One guy wish he had started climbing. I like the honesty of that one. That, that kind of shit really know you know that honest, but I really like how your material actually thrown in very honest voice. So you're doing well. Tony, don't get it. I didn't notice. I didn't even notice. I'm sorry, brother. Were you doing tonight? Were you comfortable? Act tonight on your mind?
I asked him.
Ask the question with a question. Junior. Sounds like a third date conversation. No, then here's I offer. Oh, sorry. I saw when you went up there when you said I'm going to be for a moment. I really thought kind of like going what's I really thought you were. So that got me, and I was kind of like, oh my goodness, if I was something, but it was just a couple, not nitpicking, but it is tough to come up with a picture. Right. Like right now, I like your bubble energy, but yeah, already very filling. Yeah, I'm just loving like Brody. It's about Ferguson more. I didn't. Well, I didn't say that, but no, I know you. You just told me that's good acting. So we're doing there you go. Brody did a lot of movies. What does that have to do with anything? It does. More movies. Well, there you go. Brody Stevens. Kimberly Condon, everybody. That's right. Kimberly Condon is Kimberly Condon. One other regular who does a brand new minute every week. So to bring her up as always, you got a good Caroline. Yeah.
Invented the triple punch binder. So you know what? Binder's gonna be a hit. Be back on that.
Yeah. Just got the style of small things. Yeah, I like it. Like weird. I got a great way, like it's really cool. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's really like real joking. Kind of like that. One thing, and as the technical, it's more of a technical I would say, I feel like still a lot of that is up for like getting I would say Sarah, I both back then as grad food my case, got Kyle, which
Kyle did the fine thing. That's right up alley.
were like all this binder thing's gonna take off. Yeah, it's weird that you went that way instead of the binder. Like the binder guy, Beaver.
Always the
It's weird that you
thing
did backwards.
Always when it works, bring it. Always in the section, bring it human. I thought of the push thing. That's always going to work. There one. That's what it looks like. Two brand new things from our regulars. Feels like Bill 50, episode 8, 7. Could even be 81. But we're calling it or something like that. Merv, it's unbelievable. Love you so much. It's great. It's really, you're on weight. A really big deal. Sharing how it's on you are. Ryan Mervin. R-Y-N-I. Josh Martin Comics has some around for us. For Josh Martin Comics, that it was out of the plane. Brody Stevens, job. Steven. I don't know about you peasants, but I'm a Ryan Mervin. And you can watch episodes and enjoy it on Amazon.
Will it be up there forever? How does that work?
I hope
I just watched it.
it's my favorite thing to watch on Amazon. It's all about Brody. He had his own Comedy Central show, half hour. It was also on HBO. Thanks, George. We had so much fun. You're on Twitter.
Somewhere, bro.
We're going to have fun, dude. You're my favorite. One of the people that I still get.
Oh, right?
Everybody else cares. Hang out. We're crushing. Right.
Great.
Great. I was great. Right next door.
Place in the right.
A week. Plane is a week plane. With the girl with the paint on Facebook and Instagram. I'm Tony. Thanks, live audience. Much fun. I thought you.
I'm Neil, live from the World Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for the Henchman!
Hi, everybody. Happy Monday. How's it going? This is like a real show. Packed audience here. Our Josh Martin list tonight, our usual little helper, who runs around. Happened over the weekend, and he is currently suspended for a week. Standing in, have your hands except for David Fury, everybody. Come on, David. Hello, take a bow. I'm the first guy that looks exactly like Josh Martin. And
we didn't only have one Josh replacement. Josh actually. So we had to get a second guy. I took up for PDC in the back.
Yeah. Current, we make the guests and our Patriot in their chamber, just like Josh. Put your hands up for the wait staff, getting us flickered up tonight. Very important. A big part of it. I'm loving life right now. Life is good. Things are exciting. Going to Denver, the headline of the entire weekend is comedy work.
Best clubs ever.
Yeah. Very excited about that. Other things that happen. We are doing a fundraiser in the Room the Comedy Store to get brand new speakers in the belly room.
Yes.
December,
It's like Tuesday. We'll talk about it. show coming at you. We're gonna have all of our favorite people on that show in order to raise money for brand new. We realized tonight the entire room, the sound system that we've broken, not we, but the room is broken. So speakers, there's only here. One small 8-inch from the ceiling over there, and one small one right over there. I think it's hard. Also, I don't think that's like for microphones, but comedy club, one of the biggest comedy clubs in the world. But yeah, this show is gross. So we're all in that happen. Yeah, they're all running off of 14 right now. Yeah, we're gonna try to fix that. Yeah, it's just every week. All the pros. That's right. It's a very important deal because we're in the comedy world. Let's get right into some awesome. This is physical act for tonight. Is one of my favorite comedians. I fell in love with this guy a few weeks ago when I saw him perform a hilarious song. Last week we had him on and he did it in his style, you know. He starts all of a sudden he was talking about Buffy. Friend Greg said, "Your hands together." Reagan, everybody, bring it in. What? I fell in love today. Told me to bring up today. Black highway today. I faced the dirt today. Greg said I left me for another baby. I saw you at the moon. Boy, saw you at the charity and your respect, Greg. I believe the way you treat me now. I was watching from the spot. Your new book, I'll sing politics out. Makes up like a heart of fear. Get on. I take hands. I live outside your window. I boy. Reagan, everybody. Have his album. Singer on iTunes, everywhere. That's Pat Reagan. Spelled and not like Ronald Reagan. Announced like Ronald Reagan. Pat Reagan. No A in that. Follow him on Twitter at Patty Reagan. P-H-Y-R-E. And I absolutely love him. David, you're already one of the best. I'm going to bring up tonight's Patriot. Everything we always have ahead of security to keep us safe. Return Patriot. Very, very excited to have him. He's one of the funniest comics, a great comedy television writer. Writes for shows like Dean Cole's Black Box and numerous other great things. also do stand-up comedy together pretty much every single fucking night of the year. It's one of my best friends, one of my funniest pals. We get together for him. It's the one. Look at it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Look fantastic.
I went no mask.
That's perfect. You're like the Black Stormtrooper. This is amazing. It's like the Star Wars trailer, and I'm really excited about that. So yeah, I did this. What did you think? I just did. I'm really off the Patriot with no mask. I originally was thinking the Mark looks more like the guy, but Mar wasn't available, so no, I'm kidding. I went really. When I need a black guy, you're my guy.
I feel like it's really
Billy was the first song.
Yeah.
That would be amazing. I wouldn't know whether it's for the new Star Wars or for 45. I would either way. Liz, have you ever called you a young Billy Williams? Really? You say it like you did that. Don't like it. Have you ever thought about getting into the commercial business?
But I
Great. That's not only great on your part. You look like you sell something. You have that McDonald's. America is welcome. They're like almost white and black. That's what America is for right now. Oh, you guys know. That's America. That's about the limit. I'm kidding. I'm serious. A black stormtrooper, like, that makes the job a little bit. First black stormtroopers are. I'm serious. Cinematic history is a fucking cool. Honestly, I think I'm ready for out. Why do you go to Aren't they clones? They're clones of all the same guys. It's definitely not a storm. But I was gonna wait until another episode to break that news. But go on. Glad to have you, Billy. It's always excited about the show.
I'm extremely. I love these two that are guests.
You know, I don't really listen to Tony. How's that? How's that for a little? I don't listen to it. I love it. I live it every Monday, but I don't go back and listen. Honestly, the first time I was on Rogan, I had never listened to an episode of Rogan. I listen to podcasts. I swear to God, this is the only podcast that I listen to together. They are unbelievably hilarious, married, wonderful, the happiest people I know. And the host of the Your Mom's House podcast. They're here in the flesh. Christina Brzezinski and Tom Segura. It's not a joke. Every Monday, you get a text. How about this Monday? I'm in Tuscaloosa. This Monday, I'm in Winter. How about this Monday? Seattle. But here we are.